All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
And good morning to you. Get my paper here. Sorry about that. Getting my paper here. Now, we're doing a giveaway for Valentine's Day. It's an overnight stay at the Hampton Inn, a $50 gift card from Thoroughbred Express Auto Wash, a pound of bourbon chocolates from Mom Blakeman's Candies, a dozen roses from Royalty Florist, and a $30 gift card from Las Margaritas. I love saying that, Las Margaritas. Makes me feel exotic and Hispanic. I don't know. That was only meant positive, so don't think I'm being racist or anything. Anyway, I'm going to open up the phone line. The first person to give me a call at 859-734-4321, I will get you registered for this drawing. You can also go to hometownlive.net, click on the Big Deals logo, and go in there and register however you want. I mean, that's real simple and easy to do. And hang on there, Mr. Caller. You know, you got to let me finish talking first before I can answer the phone. So I know you're excited, but hey, it's going to make you look like a hero to your significant other. We got the Sports Saturday report coming up next on WHBN.
Country and more. WHBN.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald with a look at your sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. We've got Kentucky men's basketball for you on most of these KNN stations this afternoon as Gonzaga drops inside the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. This, of course, a Gonzaga team who to some think they're seeing a drop-off from the teams of the past. For Kentucky, however, offensive rebounds have been an issue, but they were better against Vanderbilt. Coach John Calipari talking about what fans should be looking for not only this afternoon, but all season with this team.
The way we're playing, we play so fast that the other team is going to get 10 more possessions. So the reality of it is they're probably going to score 8 to 10 more points than they would because of how fast we play.
There is other college basketball around the state tonight. Louisville will host Georgia Tech. Western Kentucky is at Jacksonville State. Eastern Kentucky is at Stetson. Morehead State will host Eastern Illinois, while Murray State will welcome Evansville. Women's college basketball, reigning Miss Kentucky basketball out of Rowan County, Haven Ford dropped a career-high 27 points, marking the second highest point total by a freshman in the Missouri Valley Conference this season. And the Racers get back in the win column. They beat Southern Illinois 81-74. Coming up later today at 5 and 4 in league play, Western Kentucky, tied for third place in Conference USA, welcomes Jacksonville State. It was opening day for college softball as 25th ranked Kentucky started the season 2-0 in San Diego. They get a 5-1 win over UC Santa Barbara and followed that up with a 2-1 upset of number 3 Stanford. More than 100 million Americans are expected to tune into the Super Bowl tomorrow. Of course, there are many aspects drawing audiences into the big game between the Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I will, but I've always watched the Super Bowl with my dad, so it's not going to be new.
Everybody's going to be watching it. I don't think you're going to see nobody in the streets unless they go get some beer or something.
Some will actually be watching for the game, while others are interested in the commercials or maybe even the halftime performance from Usher. Some viewers say they're waiting to see if Taylor Swift makes it back from Tokyo in time to support her boyfriend, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can try my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Hello, this is Robert Wagner, General Manager of Hometown Radio. We love our listeners, and we know times are tough, so we wanted to do something big, so you could save money on local businesses. After several meetings, we could see no other way, so we opened Big Deals online store, selling gift certificates to local businesses. The gift certificates are just like cash. You buy full retail value gift certificates at a big discount.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Supplies limited, so hurry over to our online store at hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals logo. Some restrictions may apply. Spend a few minutes now and save big tomorrow. Join other Hometown Radio listeners who are already shopping and saving at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
This Valentine's Day, love is in the air and on your plate at the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. Make this Valentine's Day dinner one to remember with the two can dine for $29.99 at the Bread of Life Cafe. Choose from an 8-ounce bourbon steak, pork tenderloin, fried grilled shrimp, or marinated chicken, served with a salad bar and side of your choice, roll or Texas toast, and drink, all just $29.99. Love is in the air and on your plate, Valentine's Day dinner at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on 127. This lovely offer is good for to close the 14th through the 17th.
Hello, this is Dr. Matthew Duggar, optometrist and owner of Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. We're currently accepting new patients and would love to be your next eye care provider. I take pride in every aspect of your visit to fit your eye care needs. We accept most vision and medical insurances, including Medicare, Medicaid, Vision Service Plan, and iMed. We have very competitive discount private pay pricing for the exam and glasses. We are located in Corral Business Center across from Southern States in Harrodsburg. Again, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar Eye Care.
It's 7:20.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. It looks like today, rain. Showers likely and possibly a thunderstorm during the morning, then some lingering showers still possible in the afternoon with a high of 61. So, yeah, it's going to rain all day. Tonight, rain as well. Periods of rain low 42, chance of rain 100%. Tomorrow for your Super Bowl, cloudy skies, slight chance of a rain shower with a high of 54. Tomorrow night, cloudy skies, low of 39. Monday, it doesn't really matter because all y'all calling in to work on Monday anyway because you stayed up and you ate too much and you drank too much for the Super Bowl. But anyway, it's going to be a 90% chance of rain with a high of 49 while you nurse your hangover. Tuesday, partly cloudy with a high of 48. Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 54. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 57. And Friday, mostly cloudy with a high of 53. We're showing 57 degrees at the station right now. Glad you're joining me this morning. I'm going to have another opportunity about a quarter till when I do the weather again. I'll let people call in and we'll get registered on that. Actually took 3 calls. I said the first caller, but I kind of hated to turn everybody down. I'm only here on the weekends most of the time, so, I like to give extra chances. Plus, I appreciate you guys listening to me. So I got some music coming your way, statewide and local news for you at the bottom of the hour. So stick with us right here on WHBN.
Listen to us on your smart speaker. Ask to play WHBN, The Rooster.
Your sordid affairs, but don't you come around here handing me none of your lines. Now here's a quarter called Someone Who Cares. Yeah. Someone who cares. Out of my heart, the way I feel, I should be losing my mind. But all things considered, I'm doing just fine. Woke up this morning to the sound of you slamming the door. I got served a piece of paper for breakfast that said, you don't live here no more. And the dog won't let me pet him, he just lays around and growls at my feet. Yeah, the paper boy got me again. I should have stayed in bed asleep. All things considered, I'm doing just fine. Even though you left the whole side of Texas deep inside of my heart. The way I feel, I should be losing my mind. But all things considered, I'm doing just fine. Well, my car broke down again right before we ran out of gas. And my traffic all day. And end up going home alone. All things considered, I'm doing just fine. Even though you left the whole sides of Texas deep inside of my heart. The way I feel, I should be losing my mind. But all things considered, I'm doing just fine. Even though you left the whole sides of Texas deep inside of my heart. The way I feel, I should be losing my mind. But all things considered, I'm doing just fine. I'm doing just fine, yeah.
His cows get loose and run right through the fast food parking lots. And Daddy gets calls from the mini malls when they're downwind from his homes. When his tractor backs up traffic, the reception ain't too warm. The city's growing around him, but Daddy won't sell the farm. You can't roll a rock up a hill that steep. You can't pull roots when they run that deep. He's gonna live and die in the eye of an urban storm. Daddy won't sell the farm. He worked and slaved in 68. He bought these fields and trees. He raised his corn in a big red barn and a healthy family. He learned to love the woodlands. He can't stand to do 'em harm. There's concrete all around him, but Daddy won't sell the farm. You can't roll a rock up a hill that steep. You can't pull roots when they run that deep. He's gonna live and die in the eye of an urban storm. Daddy won't sell the farm. One day he's gonna leave it all to me, and I'll start my own branch of the family tree. They'll get the message written on the roof of the barn. Daddy won't sell the farm. You can't roll a rock up a hill that steep. You can't pull roots when they run that deep. He's gonna live and die in the eye of an urban storm. Daddy won't sell the farm. We're gonna live and die in the eye of an urban storm. Daddy won't sell the farm. Oh, you know a country boy can survive.
Enjoy the country classics on WHBN on AM 1420 and now on FM 99.5.
Get ready, lovebirds. The Hometown Radio Network's Valentine's Day giveaway is now. Make sure you're listening to The Joe Show on WHIR or Radio Rick on WHBN to register for our spectacular Valentine's prize package. Indulge in a romantic night at the Hampton Inn. Spiff up your car with a $50 Thoroughbred Express Auto Wash gift card and delight in gourmet bourbon chocolates from Mom Blakeman's Candies. That's not all. We also have a dozen roses from Royalty's Florist and a $30 Las Margaritas gift card. Register now on The Joe Show or Radio Rick Show or online at hometownlive.net's Big Deal store. Winner announced on February 13th. Celebrate love with the Hometown Radio Network this Valentine's Day.
You get a frantic call saying your grandchild is in trouble and they need help. You're asked to send money fast. Don't do it. I'm Adam Hopkins, security officer at Farmers National Bank. This is called the grandparents scam. Always check with family members or local authorities first.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The House yesterday passed a bill making it easier for Guard and Reserve soldiers and their spouses to be interred in a state veterans cemetery. In the past, Guard and Reserve soldiers or their spouse could only be buried in a state veterans cemetery if the military member had deployed overseas. The change in regulations would allow citizen soldiers who never deployed outside the U.S. to be laid to rest with military honors at one of the 5 veterans cemeteries in the Commonwealth. Republican Representative Bill Wesley sponsored the bill.
It opens up that all veterans, our reservists and National Guardsmen can be buried in one of our state cemeteries. That's not asking for much.
The bill now moves to the Senate for approval. New data shows Kentuckians lost tens of millions of dollars to scams in 2023. The Federal Trade Commission received more than 21,000 fraud reports from consumers in Kentucky last year. They reported losing a total of $52 million to fraud, with a median loss of over $350. The top category of fraud reports received from Kentuckians: imposter scams, followed by identity theft and online shopping, along with negative reviews. The trial of 3 men connected with the murder of Crystal Rogers is scheduled for next February. Joseph Lawson, Brooks Houck, and Steve Lawson were ordered in Nelson County Court yesterday to stand trial beginning February 10th, 2025. It's unclear whether the 3 will be tried together. Special prosecutor Shane Young says he's filing a motion to try them together, while at least one of the defendant's lawyers said he would object to the motion. Crystal Rogers was last seen 9 years ago with Brooks Houck in July of 2015. Number 17 Kentucky hosting Gonzaga at Rupp Arena this afternoon. Tip-off is scheduled for 4 p.m. The KSR pregame show starts at 1:30. I'm John Shannon.
This is the Kentucky News Network. For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins.
Who's the kid now?
The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
May the best man win.
Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can try my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
It's time for the news, all about your neighbors and probably about you. It's your local news, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Monday through Saturday.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Blood Center says they're in desperate need for B positive and B negative blood types, with those 2 types of blood being listed as in, quote, critical need. The Kentucky Blood Center says only 11% of people have B positive and only 2% have B negative. Those that have B negative can, in turn, only receive blood donations from people with that blood type, or O negative, which is only 9% of the population. And researchers at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife have picked Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill as one of the 3 statewide locations for one of the new MODIS wildlife tracking systems. The MODIS system is an international network of researchers that use automated radio telemetry to track species of birds, bats, and insects. The system is a massive one with nearly 18,000 MODIS receivers worldwide in 34 different countries. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
Here are the obituaries. James Morris Redbird Peevler, age 98 of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Woody Wilson and was a veteran of the United States Navy. No services are planned at this time. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. Jean Marie Graham Nose, age 81 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. She was the wife of Jack Nose. Local visitation is Saturday from 3 until 6 at Ransdell Funeral Chapel. A second visitation and her funeral will be held in Fairfield, Ohio. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of local arrangements. Daryl Lester, age 74 of Harrodsburg, died Thursday. Visitation is Sunday from 5 until 8, with the funeral service Monday at 11:30 at Ransdell Funeral Chapel. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
What does it mean to believe in something, to truly support and get behind it, to be committed and invested in making sure it succeeds and grows? At First Financial Bank, we go beyond banking, providing resources for dreams that matter and giving back to projects that make a difference. As our family grows, our commitment to serve the community grows with it. First Financial Bank, because together, we're better. First Financial Bank, member FDIC.
Located in Harrodsburg at the corner of College and Childs.
That's the news for today, presented by
First Financial Bank.
Childs and College in Harrodsburg.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
I like the way you sigh, I like the way you laugh, the way you whisper in my ear and pull me near. Well, I sure like that. You've got a heart as pure as diamonds with some wild child in your bones. The only thing I hate's to have to wait until you come along. Now all my buddies say you don't exist, that I'm a fool to even dream like this. But hold on, darling, it's just a matter of time. I'm gonna find you, girl. Hold on, darling, someday you're gonna be mine in a perfect world. Well, if you're like me, sometimes love must seem near impossible to find. But hold on, darling, it's just a matter of time. I don't know the where, I don't know the when, but something in my soul's gonna know when you walk in. Well, lately I've been praying plenty, throwing pennies down a wishing well, and listening to the clock tick-tock, hoping time will tell. Now all we need is just a twist of fate. Heaven has a place for those who wait. So hold on, darling, it's just a matter of time. I'm gonna find you, girl. Hold on, darling, someday you're gonna be mine in a perfect world. Well, if you're like me, sometimes love must seem near impossible to find. But hold on, darling, it's just a matter of time. Oh, baby, it's just a matter of time. Darling, it's just a matter of time. Yeah, baby. Hold on, baby, it's just a matter of time.
When you're away from your radio, listen to WHBN online at hometownlive.net.
Love is in the air, and at B&L Jewelers, we're turning up the romance with the perfect touch of elegance. This Valentine's Day, make your love story truly sparkle with a visit to B&L Jewelers, your destination for timeless treasures. Celebrate the season of love with B&L Jewelers, where every piece is crafted to perfection. And here's the cherry on top. Enjoy a heartwarming 20% off store-wide. Yes, you heard it right, 20% off to make this Valentine's Day unforgettable. Whether you're searching for a classic solitaire, a dazzling necklace, or a pair of earrings, B&L Jewelers has the selection that will sweep you off your feet. But wait, there's more. Our expert team is here to assist you in finding the perfect expression of your love. And for a limited time, enjoy complimentary gift wrapping to add that extra touch of magic. This Valentine's Day, B&L Jewelers is not just a store. It's a destination for love, beauty, and unmatched savings. Don't miss out on this exclusive offer of 20% off store-wide. Visit B&L Jewelers today and let your love story shine bright. B&L Jewelers, where every moment becomes a cherished memory. Happy Valentine's Day from B&L Jewelers, where love and luxury meet. Danville Manor Shopping Center.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the old bus station restaurant, open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
A few years ago, Steve Faircow's lungs were failing.
I don't think I had more than a couple weeks to live.
That's when Steve received a lung transplant made possible by an organ donor. Now Steve can do things he never imagined, like climbing 94 floors to the top of a skyscraper.
I never knew that breathing could feel this good. It's an incredible gift.
What could you make possible as an organ, eye, and tissue donor? Leave behind the gift of life. Go to organdonor.gov, U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. As your community bank, protecting you and your money is important to us. If you are ever the victim of fraud or suspect a fraud attempt, contact us for advice. We're here to help.
It's 7:43.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
Good morning. I have your WHBN weather forecast for you. Today, showers likely and possibly a thunderstorm, which we're getting now. During the morning, then some lingering showers still possible this afternoon. A high of 61, chance of rain 100%. Tonight, periods of rain, low of 42, chance of rain 100%. Sunday, cloudy skies, slight chance of a rain shower, high of 54. Sunday night, cloudy skies, low of 39. Monday, rain with a 92% chance to be exact, with a high of 49. Tuesday, partly cloudy with a high of 48. Wednesday, mostly sunny with a high of 54. Thursday, partly cloudy with a high of 57. And Friday, mostly cloudy with a high of 53. We're showing 57 degrees at the station right now. And I told you guys earlier, I'm going to do another opportunity to take one caller to, so if I don't answer, then you'll know I've got my caller. And our overnight stay at the Hampton Inn, $50 gift card, pound of chocolates, dozen roses, and $30 gift certificate. So while the Sports Saturday Report is playing, give me a call, 859-734-4321. We'll get you registered. Also, you can go to hometownlive.net. Excuse me, I had to clear my throat there. Go to hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals Online Store logo, and you can register there as well. You can probably do that because you can probably get away with registering more than one time, which I can't let you do that.
WHBN, your country.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald with a look at your sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. We've got Kentucky men's basketball for you on most of these KNN stations this afternoon as Gonzaga drops inside the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. This, of course, a Gonzaga team who to some think they're seeing a drop-off from the teams of the past. For Kentucky, however, offensive rebounds have been an issue, but they were better against Vanderbilt. Coach John Calipari talking about what fans should be looking for not only this afternoon, but all season with this team.
The way we're playing, we play so fast that the other team is going to get 10 more possessions. So the reality of it is they're probably going to score 8 to 10 more points than they would because of how fast we play.
There is other college basketball around the state tonight. Louisville will host Georgia Tech. Western Kentucky is at Jacksonville State. Eastern Kentucky is at Stetson. Morehead State will host Eastern Illinois, while Murray State will welcome Evansville. Women's college basketball, reigning Miss Kentucky basketball out of Rowan County, Haven Ford dropped a career-high 27 points, marking the second highest point total by a freshman in the Missouri Valley Conference this season. And the Racers get back in the win column. They beat Southern Illinois 81-74. Coming up later today at 5 and 4 in league play, Western Kentucky, tied for third place in Conference USA, welcomes Jacksonville State. It was opening day for college softball as 25th ranked Kentucky started the season 2-0 in San Diego. They get a 5-1 win over UC Santa Barbara and followed that up with a 2-1 upset of number 3 Stanford. More than 100 million Americans are expected to tune into the Super Bowl tomorrow. Of course, there are many aspects drawing audiences into the big game between the Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I will, but I've always watched the Super Bowl with my dad, so it's not going to be new.
Everybody's going to be watching it. I don't think you're going to see nobody in the streets unless they go get some beer or something.
Some will actually be watching for the game, while others are interested in the commercials or maybe even the halftime performance from Usher. Some viewers say they're waiting to see if Taylor Swift makes it back from Tokyo in time to support her boyfriend, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins.
Who's the kid now?
The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
May the best man win.
Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can shout my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
What makes Whitaker Bank uniquely Kentucky? Our mission is to provide comprehensive banking products and services for our customers and to invest in the Kentucky communities where we live. Whitaker Bank is a reliable partner, guiding you towards solid decisions for today's evolving environment and for the challenges you may face tomorrow. We are committed to building long-term relationships with our customers and the communities we serve. Whitaker Bank, uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
WHBN.
Yeah, I was always a crazy one. Broke into the stadium and I wrote your number on the 50-yard line. You were always a perfect one and a valedictorian. So under your number I wrote, call for a good time. I only wanted to get your attention, but you overlooked me somehow. Besides, you had too many boyfriends to mention, and I played my guitar too loud. How do you like me now? I'm on my way. You still think I'm crazy, standing here today. I couldn't make you love me, but I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now? When I took off to Tennessee, I heard that you made fun of me. Never imagined I'd make it this far. Then you married into money, girl. Ain't it a cruel and funny world? He took your dreams and he tore them apart. He never comes home and you're always alone, and your kids hear you cry down the hall. Alarm clock starts ringing, who could that be singing? It's me, baby, with your wake-up call. How do you like me now? How do you like me now? Now that I'm on my way, you still think I'm crazy, standing here today. I couldn't make you love me, but I always dreamed about living in your radio. How do you like me now?
Trying to forget, can't believe how long it's taken. You see him on the street and still you feel your poor heart aching. Don't let him know it hurts that much. Don't let him see it's been that rough. Don't let him think that you even miss him at all. You can cry in your sleep, cry in your heart, cry in your pillow, cry in the dark. You can cry in your dreams, cry in your mind, but cry on the inside if he walks by. 'Cause you just hate yourself anyhow for crying out loud. If he's out in the crowd, then just pretend that you don't see him. Look the other way, make believe that you don't need him. Don't let him take your dignity. Don't let him make you feel so weak. Don't let him think that he even crosses your mind. You can cry in your sleep, cry till he's out of sight. That if you've gotta cry, you can cry in your sleep, cry in your heart, cry in your pillow, cry in the dark. You can cry in your
All the great country classics are on WHBN AM 1420 and now FM 99.5.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The House yesterday passed a bill making it easier for Guard and Reserve soldiers and their spouses to be interred in a state veterans cemetery. In the past, Guard and Reserve soldiers or their spouse could only be buried in a state veterans cemetery if the military member had deployed overseas. The change in regulations would allow citizen soldiers who never deployed outside the U.S. to be laid to rest with military honors at one of the 5 veteran cemeteries in the Commonwealth. Republican Representative Bill Wesley sponsored the bill.
It opens up that all veterans, our reservists and National Guardsmen, can be buried in one of our state cemeteries. That's not asking for much.
The bill now moves to the Senate for approval. New data shows Kentuckians lost tens of millions of dollars to scams in 2023. The Federal Trade Commission received more than 21,000 fraud reports from consumers in Kentucky last year. They reported losing a total of $52 million to fraud, with a median loss of over $350. The top category of fraud reports received from Kentuckians: imposter scams, followed by identity theft and online shopping, along with negative reviews. The trial of 3 men connected with the murder of Crystal Rogers is scheduled for next February. Joseph Lawson, Brooks Houck, and Steve Lawson were ordered in Nelson County Court yesterday to stand trial beginning February 10th, 2025. It's unclear whether the 3 will be tried together. Special prosecutor Shane Young says he's filing a motion to try them together, while at least one of the defendant's lawyers said he would object to the motion. Crystal Rogers was last seen 9 years ago with Brooks Houck in July of 2015. Number 17 Kentucky hosting Gonzaga at Rupp Arena this afternoon. Tip-off is scheduled for 4 p.m. The KSR pregame show starts at 1:30. I'm John Shannon.
This is the Kentucky News Network. For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can shout my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Thanks for listening to The Rooster, WHBN AM 1420, and now FM 99.5.
And good morning to you. Today is going to be some rain. Tonight we're going to be some rain. Tomorrow, not too bad for your Super Bowl festivities. And then Monday rain when all of y'all call in and to work because you ate and drank too much. They said that's one of the biggest days of people calling off work is the day after the Super Bowl. I forgot how many millions they said would do it. Like 15 million people going to call in sick. I don't know. If you got vacation days, why don't you just take one right after the Super Bowl, you know? Anyway, you can get paid for it. That's what I would do if I was in that situation. But I'll be off anyway, so Monday. Thankfully, I'll be back to my normal schedule, just being in on the weekends and doing the ball games. Radio Rick will be back with you Monday. Be sure you stick around with us at 8 o'clock after the news. We have Gardening with James, brought to you by Malts to Go. Then 9 o'clock hour, we're going to have the Breakfast with the Coaches. 10 o'clock hour, Personal Effects Show and Message of Grace. And 11 o'clock, the International Sunday School lesson, followed by the Bethel Baptist Church. So that'll round out the shift for me this morning. So be sure you stick around, and I think you will enjoy these programs, as most of you do. At least you tell me you do anyway. This is WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. A massive foreign aid bill is a step closer to passing through the Senate. Senators voted last night on amendments in the $95 billion package funding Israel and Ukraine. The bill would provide $60 billion to Ukraine, $14 billion to Israel, and $9 billion for humanitarian aid across Gaza and the West Bank. This as the Israeli military is planning to evacuate more than 1 million Palestinians from the southern Gaza city of Rafah.
The office of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu explained the evacuations by saying it was not possible to both eliminate Hamas and leave behind, quote, 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. Many in Rafah are refugees from other parts of Gaza that were bombed out in the Israel-Hamas war. It's uncertain where the evacuees will go. The U.S. State Department warns the plan could be, quote, a disaster. I'm Jim Forbes.
Over 100 million Americans are expected to tune into tomorrow's Super Bowl, most watching to see if the Chiefs can beat San Francisco's 49ers for the championship. But many say they'll just tune in to see the popular commercials or the halftime performance from R&B icon Usher. A funeral director in Florida is being charged with multiple felonies after bodies were found rotting in a funeral home with no power. Elliot Graham of Jacksonville is being charged with grand theft and making a false fraudulent insurance claim, as well as 5 misdemeanors of improper preservation of a body. State workers entered the funeral home late last month where the bodies were found in various stages of decomposition. Some reports say O.J. Simpson is battling prostate cancer. Reports Friday said that Simpson has been receiving chemotherapy. The same day Simpson spoke to members of the paparazzi, neither confirming or denying a cancer diagnosis, though he did deny rumors that he's in hospice care. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can shout my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The power's still off for thousands of PG&E customers in Northern California, 5 days after the worst of several recent winter storms passed through. The outages remain scattered throughout the territory, including large areas of Santa Cruz, Sonoma, Lake, Marin, and Santa Clara counties. The utility says its crews are working as fast as they can to replace damaged poles and fix lines. As California eases out of its current storm, climate researchers warn that future storms could be fewer in number, though more powerful in the state. Lucinda Kay explains.
NOAA experts say this season's El Nino looks to be one of the strongest on record, and Dan Cahan says that's likely to amplify. Cahan is a climate researcher at the Scripps Institution of Oceanography in San Diego. He says the rainy seasons will likely become way more powerful, but interspersed between years of worsening droughts. In fact, there is irony in his research. He has a presentation called California's Wetter and Drier Future.
A familiar face is set to return to Comedy Central's Daily Show next week. Lisa G. has more from New Jersey.
Jon Stewart will start hosting the Comedy Central show on Monday nights, starting this Monday, February 12th. The former host will sit behind behind the desk through the 2024 election. The Daily Show had been using guest hosts after Trevor Noah left in December of 2022. Stewart, a New Jersey native, ended his first run as host of the comedic news program in 2015 after 16 years. Besides his TV work, he also runs an animal sanctuary for rescued animals in the Garden State.
It isn't spring, but spring training is already getting underway for some Major League Baseball players. Pitchers and catchers for LA's Dodgers have reported for camp in Glendale, Arizona, and it's believed to be the first time a Major League team has had players report to camp before the Super Bowl. San Diego's Padres pitchers and catchers are set to report tomorrow. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. Cursive writing required to be taught, increasing the presence of parents in school leadership. Those are just some of the bills filed by Kentucky Senator Lindsey Titchener. The bills are all filed separately, Senate Bills 166 through 171. Titchener says they're meant to strengthen the education system in Kentucky. There are other bigger changes as well if some of these bills are passed. Senate Bill 168 would remove the reference to minority members of school councils, and Senate Bill 171 would change the rules for how a board removes a superintendent. Previous law states that 4/5 of the school board must vote to remove the superintendent, while Titchener's bill would change that to a simple majority plus one member. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
If you want to make the most of your vacation, there's no better place than the Bluegrass State. Kentucky's 44 state parks offer abundant places to play and diverse accommodations to stay. Take a hike, float your boat, or bike the trails. Pitch a tent under the stars or settle into a lakefront lodge. Tee up for 18 holes, then enjoy a signature meal. Plan your trip at parks.ky.gov.
Last place feeling in life is no place to be. Ready for a new way of living? The Isaiah House will put you first. Long-term and short-term residential treatment, outpatient treatment, medication assisted treatment, transitional living, and job skills training. Isaiah House has the programs to the path of help, hope, and healing. End the hurting. Take the first step toward a happier, healthier you. Call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
Shenyun Performing Arts is back with a brand new production. For over a decade, Shenyun has performed around the world to sold-out theaters and inspired millions. Shenyun, coming to BKU Center for the Arts, February 10th and 11th. Tickets at shenyun.com. That's SHENYUN.com. Or call 877-285-7469.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Coel Collision Center in Danville on Lebanon Road. After a wreck, tell the tow truck driver to take your vehicle to the experts. Coel Collision Center.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
Welcome to Gardening with James. Learn how to start your own garden, grow your own food, and live a healthier lifestyle. Food can be a medicine for the body, or it can cause high blood pressure or other health issues by not eating right. This show is packed full of tips and information, as well as special guest interviews from around the country, and is designed to make gardening simple, fun, and frugal for the whole family. Call James with your questions and problems now at 734-4321. Now, let's go in the garden with your host, James Ross.
All right, here we go on a wet Saturday morning in the garden. We've had 3, 4, 5 days of some really great weather. I was able to knock out quite a few projects because the people that I know, they needed, their yard cleaned up, their beds cleaned up, all those kind of things. And It's, it was fun, but it was a busy week. Yesterday, normally at work, I work, probably just I'm counting my steps. I guess that's where I'm going. Normally it's about anywhere from 6 to 7,000 steps, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. But those 3 days plus after work, I clocked in like I think it was Wednesday. I did 10,000 steps. Uh, Yesterday, I put in I guess it was 14,000 steps because I was just all over the place, and I slept good, last night because I was tired. But it was worth it, because now, I'll wait for another really nice week or weekend or 3 days or whatever it is, and I'll go out and I'll do some more projects, trying to get those ready because people, they're starting to get that itchy feeling. But our fake spring is over for now. We'll probably get rain, might get snow. No telling what we might get. Some temperature drops where you're not going to do much of anything. But it's been fun. I'm starting to get in pretty good shape to where I can do things in a timely manner, because usually I try to work when I do different projects. I try to do at least 4 hours. That's probably about the max I can do. But it's fun. And I'm really enjoying it. I'm starting to see the fruits of my labor, really come through, and it's just all part of it, because this is starting to get into my time of the season, and but fun. I can't complain much. Here's some tips that I think you might be able to use. We all have those spring bulbs that are crocuses and different things that are coming up. If the weather gets bad or if it starts to snow, try to cover those up. So this way they'll hang around, because the ones that I have at Constitution Square, they probably started coming up, probably like 3 weeks ago, and some of them even look like they're, wanting to flower. But, maybe you can force some spring bulbs, to enjoy on the inside. Just take you some bulbs, put it in some soil, go ahead and get those started. And I think you'll really enjoy those because a lot of those are comfortable. Prune your fall and your spring flowering trees and shrubs, which we did over at McDowell House. We got all the trees trimmed up. I trimmed up the bushes. I let them do the trees because I'm not climbing up no tree. But I let them do the big trees, and I trimmed out the ones that I could reach without a ladder. So we got that out the way, and we even mulched, around any spring plants that are coming up early. Let's see. You can plant your winter crop, like your winter vegetables, and your carrots, your cabbage, your Brussels sprouts, etc. Put it in maybe some type of high tunnel or under something, so this way they won't get beat up by the weather. Let's see here. If you've got a fence around your garden or fencing around your home or whatever, you can go ahead and get those repaired. If you think, after looking at it from last year, because I usually tell people, take a look at the end of the season, take you some pictures, so this way you can see what changes you want to make. And so if that fence is not exactly the way you want it, maybe you can go ahead and make some changes to it or just repair it, to save yourself some money, because it probably shouldn't cost, a whole lot. Because one thing about, the spring vegetables and spring flowers and things like that, you got rabbit and you got deer and you got all kinds of animals and things that love that also, the taste of them. If you haven't gotten around to sharpening your tools yet, which I started yesterday, I think I got four of them sharpened. That was all I could do for the time I had, but I got some of those, and I was working in the governor's circle, and I've got a little spade type thing. It's a little pointed, look like a triangle, but it's only like maybe 2 foot long, and like I said, it does a really good job. I'm reaching and I'm pulling, and I'm saying to myself, because that bed is probably 5 or 6 foot long. So normally what I would have to do is go around the outside and all the way around, and pull the weeds out, and then I have to climb up in there. Well, I decided the other day that I'm not going to climb up in there. There's got to be a tool out there or something that I can get to help me reach a lot further, and get a lot more work done in a short amount of time. So I went out to what's the name of that store? It's out there by Kroger's here in Danville. Farmer Supply, I think that's what it's called. Went out there, and I'm looking around, and I picked up a couple of things that I thought would work, but they was only, like say, maybe 3 foot long. And I said, well, that'd get me a little bit further, And I picked it up, and I'm looking at it and trying to decide if that's what I wanted. And I turned back around, and I looked, and there was the same tool, but it was probably 4.5, maybe 5 foot long, with the little shovel on the back and a little spade, a little 3-prong type that you. I can't get the words out for that, but it was a really nice tool, and I was like, this will get me all the way to almost the other side, and I bought it. I think I paid $26 for it. That was the best $26 I ever bought, because I went up there and I started, cleaning another bed, and I didn't have to, like say, climb up in the bed, and when I got all I can from one side, and then I go back around and only, because they have the governors in the circle, so all I had to do was just, within 4 inches of each of the governor plaque at the top, that's all I had to reach for. So I just grabbed my little tool, and I got those, and turned out to be really well. But having the right tool makes a big difference in your gardening, or whether it's vegetables or flowers or whatever. If you're a senior, maybe you should buy something that's got a little length on it, so this way you don't have to bend over so far. If you got a bad back, or if you're just unable to reach those areas, you want to do it, but you're scared of falling or whatever the case is. So this year, make yourself a promise that you're going to try to find the tools that you need at a length that you need, age-friendly, ergonomic. They got those kind of tools for people with arthritis or whatever the case is, or other disabilities. But try to find you a tool that, for years you've been saying, man, I wish I had a different tool to make my life easy when I do this or when I do that. They have those kind of things out there. So try to make your life easy, find you the right tool that you need to try to make that job easier. So let's see here. And if you've got house plants, those house plants, they need dusting every now and then. So look around your house and check the plants, and take you something nice and soft or something to kind of dust those plants off, because it builds up, over the year. And so try to keep those clean, keeps the dust down in the house. So those are just some of the tips I could, come up with this morning to try to help somebody out. I tell you what, let me get my break out the way, and I'll be right back with a couple more things.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Hello, this is Robert Wagner, General Manager of Hometown Radio. We love our listeners, and we know times are tough, so we wanted to do something big, so you could save money on local businesses. After several meetings, we could see no other way, so we opened Big Deals Online Store, selling gift certificates to local businesses. The gift certificates are just like cash. You buy full retail value gift certificates at a big discount.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Supplies limited, so hurry over to our online store at hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals logo. Some restrictions may apply. Spend a few minutes now and save big tomorrow. Join other Hometown Radio listeners who are already shopping and saving at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shenyun Performing Arts is back with a brand new production. For over a decade, Shenyun has performed around the world to sold-out theaters and inspired millions. Shenyun. Coming to BKU Center for the Arts, February 10th and 11th. Tickets at shenyun.com. That's SHENYUN.com. Or call 877-285-7469.
Dunn's Barbecue, offering chicken wings. You asked for them, we got them. Barbecue, buffalo, Creole Parmesan, breaded or naked, as well as our famous pulled pork barbecue, brisket, grilled chicken, ribs, homemade sides, located in Harrisburg at 726 K Run. So call 734-3675 for your free delivery to Danville, Harrisburg, or Bergen. Dunn's Barbecue is open Tuesday through Saturday, located on Kane Run in Harrisburg, and for free delivery, takeout, and dine-in.
This is Goldie Goldsmith McNary, inviting you to join me each week for What's Happening Goldie, a talk show that features interesting people about interesting things. We'll learn how to stay healthy and keep fit, and we'll explore the world of entertainment. So join me for What's Happening Goldie.
What's Happening Goldie every Wednesday at 10:05 a.m. and Saturday at 8:30 a.m. on WHBN 1420 a.m. and 99.5 FM.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Horn Home Supply, a trusted name for quality service and a fair price for over 40 years. See Matt Horn at Horn Home Supply in Harrodsburg, South College Street.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
Welcome back to Gardening with James. If you have questions, feel free to call the station or email spreadingcompost@gmail.com.
All right, here we go. In the garden, today is wet. So be sure to put that rain jacket on and make sure that you keep your head and your body nice and dry. I'm not sure how long it's going to rain, but I think we're supposed to get it, for the next, at least 3 or 4 hours. So just kind of hang in there. All right. Let's see who we got here. Gardening with James.
Morning, James. Kurt, how you doing?
I'm doing good, Kurt. How are you?
Good. Just a couple quick things.
Mm-hmm.
I like your idea about getting a better tool for your reach there.
Mm-hmm.
One thing, if somebody doesn't have $26 to
right
on another tool, they could get a piece of conduit,
mm-hmm.
The plastic kind, the gray, and extend a tool by sliding it over the handle and putting 2 or 3 screws in there to hold it tight. I've done that a time or two.
Yeah, there's a lot of frugal ways to do it.
I'm sorry?
There's a lot of frugal ways to do it. Yes, it is.
Oh, definitely. And then, what you mentioned about being a little unstable, maybe falling, never have any stakes or something sticking up in the garden.
That's right.
At the end of rows or what have you, so you may impale yourself if you fall.
Yeah.
And make sure that your rows are not so wide that you can't handle that. the width of them. So
That's right.
And maybe even try to do some microgreens.
Yeah, that's becoming really popular nowadays.
Yeah, exactly. And some of them are like broccoli and cabbage are actually healthier at that early stage of growth. So I'm dabbling in doing a little bit myself with some broccoli, and just came across some information about the cabbage being real good like that. So I'll probably get some seed for that.
Right. Yeah, because I know they sell them in the stores. They sell, microgreens in different places in different stores. Not all of them, but there's a bunch of stores that are now starting to sell the microgreens, and there's a lot of videos that actually can show you how to grow them yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, there's a ton of information out there. What I'm going to do today, I had uncovered a couple of my compost piles, and hopefully this good rain that we're getting is going to moisten them up for me, and then I'm going to restack them and cover them back up, keep that moisture in.
That's
So
right.
that's what I'll be doing today.
Yeah, because like say, because when I was doing composting, like I said, I like the rain to come through. I like the idea of growing my own compost, as I like to say, because almost anything that's on the ground. I mean, sticks and leaves and all those different type of things are just great for a compost pile.
Right. I'm gonna let you go, get back with your show, and appreciate the time. Have a wonderful day.
Okay, you too.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Yeah, but as he was saying, like I said, there's a lot of different ways that for different tools and things. And the only reason why I spent $26 on it was because I'm gonna have to use it for a long time. So and I needed something that was durable, and for the work that I do at Constitution Square and at the McDowell House. So I needed a really sturdy tool that was going to last me. Oh, I'm hoping, next 4 or 5 years that hopefully I can keep going at it. But yeah, look up, online the different ways that you can make your own tools. I know people who are welders who make tools for people, and that's pretty reasonable. It's just a matter of them you giving them the idea of what you want, and they could probably weld it, or like say you can have a family member who's pretty talented when it comes to creating things. There's a lot of different ways to do that, and there's a lot of great ideas for getting the right tools that you need, and some of the reasons behind getting the right tool that could help you. Like say if you got a bad back or whatever it is, there's a lot of ideas out there for you to use, and because we want you to be safe. And as Kurt was saying, don't put any stakes in the bed that are sticking up. Find you something different that because last thing you need is you're out there working and you accidentally trip and fall onto one of the stakes. So try to be thoughtful of those kind of things, because we don't want injuries. We want you to be able to grow food and grow flowers and enjoy the outside, because believe it or not, gardening is an exercise, and you can get lots of it. That's the reason why I don't go to the gym, because I probably work every part of my body when it comes to being outside, the lifting, the stooping, the reaching, and all those kind of things. So it is possible to get quite a bit of exercise. But, you can also, there's also ideas out there where you can sit in your chair and do what they call chair exercises. So you could do that also. So, look for the ideas that could make your life easy, and because like I say, we want you to be able to keep that flexibility, and that's what it's all about, trying to keep in some kind of shape. So but those are just some of the ideas that I came up with this morning, and appreciate Kurt calling in with his ideas, and you stay safe out there because it's important to your family that you stay safe, while outside doing it. And if you feel like something's not safe, ask somebody about it. Maybe there's a easier way for you to do things. Well, my time is up. You folks have a great, great weekend. Talk to you soon. Go 49ers.
Thank you for listening to Gardening with James, Saturday mornings on WHBN 99.5 FM and Tuesdays and Thursdays garden tips on WHIR FM 103.9. If your needs have been met, share it with someone. It will come back tenfold.
Hi, this is Caraway. And Adeline. At Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check us out. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. We offer layaway and 12-month famous cash with approved credit. Come see our Nana for the best deal in town. You'll be glad you did.
Thanks, girls. Aren't they so sweet? Yes, more than a mattress store. That's living room suits, dining room suits, or just a single recliner. Mattresses and More, Houstonville Road, Danville.
If you're feeling hopeless, alone, and broken, maybe empty inside, Chloe's Petals for Hope.
Chloe's Petals for Hope sponsors a survivor of suicide support group for adults the first Thursday of every month at the Boyle County Library Community Room from 6 to 7 p.m. Follow us on Facebook and look at our website, Chloe's Petals for Hope, for more information.
'Cause it's just around the corner, we'll find hope together. Chloe's Petals for Hope.
For help, call the crisis hotline 988.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Blood Center says they're in desperate need for B-positive and B-negative blood types, with those two types of blood being listed as in, quote, critical need. The Kentucky Blood Center says only 11% of people have B-positive and only 2% have B-negative. Those that have B-negative can, in turn, only receive blood donations from people with that blood type or O-negative, which is only 9% of the population. And researchers at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife have picked Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill as one of the 3 statewide locations for one of the new MODIS wildlife tracking systems. The MODIS system is an international network of researchers that use automated radio telemetry to track species of birds, bats, and insects. The system is a massive one with nearly 18,000 MODIS receivers worldwide in 34 different countries. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis. Here are the obituaries. James Morris Redbird Peevler, age 98 of Harrodsburg, died Sunday. He was the husband of Woody Wilson and was a veteran of the United States Navy. No services are planned at this time. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of the arrangements. Jean Marie Graham Nose, age 81 of Harrodsburg, died Wednesday. She was the wife of Jack Nose. Local visitation is Saturday from 3 until 6 at Ransdell Funeral Chapel. A second visitation and her funeral will be held in Fairfield, Ohio. Ransdell Funeral Chapel is in charge of local arrangements. Daryl Lester, age 74 of Harrodsburg, died Thursday. Visitation is Sunday from 5 until 8, with the funeral service Monday at 11:30 at Ransdell Funeral Chapel. And those today's obituaries on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM WHBN.
It's time now for What's Happening Goldie with Goldie Goldsmith McNary. What's Happening Goldie is brought to you by WHBN. And now, What's Happening Goldie?
Fourscore and 7 years ago, our fathers brought forth on this continent a new nation, conceived in liberty, and dedicated to the proposition that all men are created equal.
We can't let February end without remembering the birthday of Abraham Lincoln, the 16th President of the United States. He was born on February the 12th, 1809, in a one-room log cabin in Kentucky near Hodgensville, which is present-day Hodgensville. We begin this tribute with the beginning of his Gettysburg Address. It seems fitting that we remember President Lincoln and the core principles of our nation with the end of the Gettysburg Address.
That we here highly resolve that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
His truth is marching on.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way. Large enough to serve you, small enough to care. Since 1984. Always on time with our professional team when we show up at your door. Residential and commercial, day or night. ADAHeatingandAir.com does it right. ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way.
Hello, it's Dr. Matthew Duggar with Matthew Duggar Eye Care in Harrodsburg. Let me tell you about our affordable eyewear pricing. If you just need distance or near only glasses, we offer a frame, thinner lens, and non-glare coating for $119. We offer a frame, Zeiss Progressive No-Line Bifocal, and thinner lens with non-glare coating for $249. We want you to feel comfortable coming to our office to buy glasses. To schedule an eye exam with me, Dr. Matthew Duggar in Harrodsburg, call 859-605-2214.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
How do you go about writing the hit song? Well, I ask award-winning Nashville songwriter Monty Holmes.
I'm a songwriter.
Yeah.
I write songs for people to record and make me a lot of money.
There you go.
When you sit down to write a song, you want to write a song that you like.
Right.
Because I feel like if I like it, somebody else is going to like it.
Right.
That's always been the way I try to go about it. I just love music. I always have. I wrote Never Again Again for Lee Ann Womack. I've had several George Strait cuts. When Did You Stop Loving Me? And I Know She Still Loves Me. Troubadour, which I wrote with Leslie Fetcher. And
You may be familiar with George Strait's recording of Monty Holmes' song, Troubadour, but here's a demo version sung by Monty Holmes himself. This is the version that George Strait heard.
I still feel 25 most of the time. I still raise a little Cain with the boys. Honky tonks and pretty women, Lord, I'm still right there with them, singing above the crowd and the noise. Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's gonna change what I am. I was a young troubadour when I wrote in on a song, I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. Well, the truth about a mirror is that a damn old mirror don't really tell the whole truth. It don't show what's deep inside or read between the lines. It's really no reflection of my youth. Sometimes I feel like Jesse James, still trying to make a name, knowing nothing's gonna change what I am. I was a young troubadour when I wrote it on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. I was a young troubadour when I wrote it on a song. I'll be an old troubadour when I'm gone. Yeah.
What's Happening Goldie will be back after this break. This is The Rooster, WHBN, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
Winning is about forcing a turnover. Just like the Wildcats using a full-court press, our energy efficiency programs can force a turnover on high energy costs. Don't ride your bench, be a player. Visit intercountyenergy.net to find out how we can help. Saving energy and money is a slam dunk. Intercounty Energy, a Touchstone Energy cooperative.
Be cautious of repair people who stop by unexpectedly. If they demand cash before they perform services like roofing or painting, it could be a scam. Hi, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. Ask for references and don't be pressured to pay before the work is done.
This WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Ransdell Funeral Chapel. Our goal is and always will be to provide the best value in funeral service available. Exceptional care from a trusted family name, Ransdell Funeral Chapel.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
He started playing music when he was only 8 years old. And shortly after that, he was playing the fiddle for the Merle Haggard Band. Now, many years later, Tiger Bell still is playing. He lives and performs in Nashville. Here is Tiger Bell doing all the singing and all the instruments. He sings lead and sings his backup. He's a pretty cool guy. Here is Tiger Bell.
I got $15 in a tank of gas. Hold on, baby, just hold on. My mind is reeling and it's fading fast. Hold on, baby, just hold on. There's only one thing that'll cure my ills. It ain't no doctor, it ain't no pills. I got a need for speed and a license to fly. I'm willing to teach if you're willing to try. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on, hold on to me. I'll show you things you never thought you'd see. Don't worry about what mom and dad will say. You gotta live your life for today. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna put my foot down on the gas. Hold on, baby, just hold on. I just can't fight this urge to pass. Hold on, baby, just hold on. I got a
Couple days off and I'm ready to play. Can't slow down, there ain't no way. Don't let each day turn out the same. You gotta live your life in the passing lane. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on, hold on to me. I'll show you things you never thought you'd see. Don't worry about what mom and dad will say. You gotta live your life for today. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on, hold on to me. I'll take you places you never thought you'd be. Don't let each day turn out the same. You gotta live your life in the passing lane. Hold on, baby, just hold on. Hold on.
Tiger Bell is very talented. He also studies voice with my brother Ron Browning.
We're going to take a short break, but What's Happening Goldie will be right back. You're listening to WHBN The Rooster, 1420 AM and 99.5 FM.
My name is Casey Riggs. I'm from Rough River, Kentucky. I've sung all my life, started out in church, of course. From there, I've sung any opportunity I could. I come to Studio G to develop my voice and, most importantly, confidence. I'm now part of a group called the Purple Vibes. We sing in local festivals, shows here at Studio G, and without Studio G, I wouldn't have that opportunity.
Studio G is the performing arts place. To learn more, call 859-734-4394. Studio G. The G stands for growth.
Danville's deal maker, Bob Allen.
At Bob Allen GMC, we are professional grade. Lease a new 24 GMC Sierra 1500 Crew Cab SLE for only $279 per month for 24 months. $62.61 plus first payment, taxes, and fees due at signing. 10,000 miles per year. Stock M24 188. Must be a current leasee. Bob Allen GMC on Maple Avenue in Danville, or shop online anytime at boballenmotormall.com.
You're listening to WHBN 1420 AM and 99.5 FM. And this is What's Happening, Goldie?
And now, here is Nashville singer-songwriter Leslie Satcher singing a song she wrote. It's called Texas Ruby, and it features country star Vince Gill.
Well, they call her Texas Ruby. She's the Honey Grove Rodeo Queen. All them Fannin County boys have got a ruby in their dreams. She's a hellraiser of a barrel racer, faster than an old shotgun. Yeah, Texas Ruby can run. Now Ruby's the best friend a pair of Wranglers ever had, and she sparkles like the rhinestones in the crown on her hat. She's the big casino on that Palomino. Lord, she keeps them going wild, 'cause Texas Ruby can ride. You better run, Ruby, run. You're hotter than the Lone Star sun. Run, Ruby, run. Little girl, you ain't 21. You better run, Ruby, run. You have a little too much fun, and you gotta ride in Fort Worth in the morning. better run, Ruby, run. You better run, Ruby, run. Well, you have a little too much fun when you gotta ride in Fort Worth in the morning.
Well, that's a wrap. We sure hope you enjoyed today's show. We hope you join us again next week. Until then, I'm Goldie, and that's what's happening.
You've been listening to What's Happening, Goldie, with Goldie Goldsmith Vigneri. What's Happening, Goldie is produced at Studio G by Goldsmith Vigneri Productions.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Caught in the downpour of a rain of stones, felt like an exile in the world I had known. So I sought the shelter of my own soul and stayed inside. Yeah. Words that were sharper than the winter wind no longer had the power to pierce my skin. And they may not stop, but I won't take them in, and I won't hide. I will be here, I will be strong. I'll face my fears when the night is long and still go on. I will be brave, I will be bold, follow my faith to a higher road. And I'm not there yet, but I will be. I could choose to keep my feet upon the narrow path and never cross the open field for that one snake in the grass. But I'd rather risk my heart and never get the chance to find my way. I will be here, I will be strong. I'll face my fears when the night is long and still go on. I will be brave, I will be bold, follow my faith to a higher road. And I'm not there yet, but I will be. I will be here, I will be strong. I'll face my fears when the night is long and still go on. I will be brave, I will be bold, follow my faith to a higher road. And I'm not there yet, but I will be. Yeah, I will be. I will be here, I will be strong. I'll face my fears when the night is long.
All day and all night, we're serving up classic country on AM 1420 and 99.5 FM.
And good morning to you. I'm Jason Wilder hanging out with you this morning. We've got coming up for you next. We're going to have some news, and then top of the hour, we'll have more news for you right here on WHBN Harrodsburg, the Rooster.
This is the Kentucky News Network. The cleanup of illegal dump sites across eastern Kentucky will soon begin in 9 counties. Governor Andy Beshear announced grants for the cleanup yesterday. Breathitt, Clay, Floyd, Harlan, Knott, Lawrence, Martin, Pike, and Wolfe counties are all on the list to receive funding. Since its creation in 2006, the fund has provided the cleanup for nearly 2,800 dump sites across the Commonwealth. A bill has been introduced in the Kentucky House that would hold parents accountable if their child causes harm or destruction on a school bus. Depending on the extent of their child's behavior, a parent could face misdemeanor charges. The horror stories about kids' behavior from school bus drivers is legendary, and with a shortage of drivers, it's important to rein in the misbehavior. House Bill 446 addresses the bullying on the bus and the risk of someone getting hurt, which would threaten the safety of the driver and everyone on the bus. More than 250,000 Americans will gamble on Sunday's Super Bowl, according to the American Gambling Association. In Kentucky, it will mark the first time legal bets can be placed on the game. The Kentucky Council on Problem Gambling is urging people to gamble responsibly. Set your limits, don't chase losses, and don't increase wagering. The council says calls to the problem gambling hotline doubled in the months after Kentucky sports betting became legal in September. Speaking of the Super Bowl, there are a couple of players with ties to the Wildcats at this year's Super Bowl. Kentucky is represented by Mike Edwards and Darian Kennard of the Kansas City Chiefs. Edwards plays safety for the defending Super Bowl champs, and Kennard is an offensive lineman on the Chiefs practice squad. Both players have one Super Bowl ring. Kennard earned his with the Chiefs last year, and Edwards collected his in 2021 with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. The number 17 Kentucky Wildcats are in the friendly confines of Rupp Arena to host Gonzaga this afternoon. The tip-off is scheduled for 4 p.m. The KSR pregame show starts at 1:30. I'm John Shannon. This is the Kentucky News Network.
Country and more. WHBN. How much longer can I wait for love? You got me hanging on a string, darling. You're the only thing that I'm thinking of. And how much longer you gonna make me wait? You better come on over, baby. Take me in your arms before it's too late. I've been thinking about you every day, hoping your love would come and sweep me away. And then I get the same dream every night, that you don't wanna let me out of your sight. And how much longer can I wait for love? You got me hanging on a string, darling. You're the only thing that I'm thinking of. I see your face whenever I close my eyes. Well, it shouldn't come as such a surprise. I should have told you on the day that we met, you're not the one who's supposed to play hard to get. And how much longer you're gonna make me wait? You better come on over, baby. Take me in your arms before it's too late. Well, I don't know just how long I can keep it bottled inside. You don't seem to notice all the subtle things that I've tried. We get close enough to talk, I never know what to say, 'cause I'm afraid my racing heart's gonna give me away. Well, I don't know just how long I can keep it bottled inside. You don't seem to notice all the subtle things that I've tried. We get close enough to talk, I never know what to say, 'cause I'm afraid my racing heart's gonna give me away. How much longer can I wait for love? You got me hanging on a string, darling. You're the only thing that I'm thinking of. And how much longer you gonna make me wait? Yeah. You better come on over, baby. Take me in your arms before it's too late. You better come on over, baby. Take me in your arms before it's too late. You better come on over, baby. Take me in your arms before it's too late.
This is WHBN Harrodsburg, The Rooster, broadcasting on AM 1420 and now FM 99.5. Now, the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. The White House is saying comments by a special counsel about President Biden's age and memory are politically motivated. A Justice Department report concluded no charges should be brought against the president for his handling of classified documents and described him as a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory. Some Democrats accused special counsel Robert Hur, a Trump-appointed former U.S. attorney, of being biased. Republicans in the House will take another shot this coming week at impeaching the Homeland Security Secretary.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise will return to Congress after undergoing treatment for blood cancer, giving Republicans another vote in the effort to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his handling of the border. The chamber could vote as soon as Tuesday. This comes after Republicans earlier this week suffered a defeat when their resolution to impeach Mayorkas failed to get the necessary votes. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The reward for an East Tennessee fugitive wanted for killing a deputy has increased to $80,000. The sheriff's office in Blount County and other parties have come together to boost the reward for finding accused killer Kenneth Wayne DeHart Jr. DeHart allegedly shot and killed Deputy Greg McCowan and wounded Deputy Shelby Eggers during a traffic stop in Maryville last night. The bodies of 6 family members who died after a police standoff and house fire near Philadelphia have been recovered. It's now known that 3 of them were children. Police were called to the scene in East Lansdowne Wednesday after reports a girl had been shot and upon arriving were immediately met with gunfire. Michael Jackson's estate is preparing to sell half of the icon's publishing rights and masters to Sony. The $600 million price tag evaluating the Jackson catalog to as much as $1.5 billion. According to Billboard sources, the deal also includes some non-Jackson penned songs, as well as from performers like Jerry Lee Lewis, Jackie Wilson, and Curtis Mayfield. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can try my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The average credit card balance in the U.S. is now more than $6,300, an all-time high. The Federal Reserve Bank of New York reports total credit card debt has reached a record $1.13 trillion in just the last quarter. TransUnion reports balances have jumped by 10% from a year ago, while an additional 20 million new credit accounts were opened in the fourth quarter of 2023, the majority of which coming from subprime borrowers. In New York, the candidates looking to succeed Republican George Santos in Congress are gearing up for next week's special election. Republican political newcomer Mazi Pilip's been criticized on issues like gun control, the SALT tax deduction, and most of all immigration from longtime Democratic politician Tom Suozzi, who spoke to a New York radio station this week.
This extremism that my opponent represents and others in Washington represent these days on both sides is ruining our country.
Phillips says Suozzi can't fix the migrant crisis, saying that all he cares about is power. Suozzi says Phillip and other Republicans have opposed a recent bipartisan deal in Congress that could lead to the closing of the southern U.S. border and hire more border agents, just to deprive President Biden of a victory.
Immigration's the big issue, the campaign. I support the bipartisan deal that will actually build more wall, will close the border, we'll get more border agents, we'll get more immigration judges, we'll get rid of this 10-year backlog in asylum cases.
Now he's telling us
okay, he would like to go back and fix it. We know he's not capable to do so. We know all he wants is power. Again, another power.
2 people are dead after a small jet crash landed in Florida yesterday. The plane en route from Ohio when it tried an emergency landing in Naples and crashed onto a highway and hit an SUV. There were 5 people on board the plane. 3 survived. Before losing contact with the plane, a control tower got word from the pilots they had lost both engines. An investigation's underway. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Blood Center says they're in desperate need for B positive and B negative blood types, with those 2 types of blood being listed as in, quote, critical need. The Kentucky Blood Center says only 11% of people have B positive and only 2% have B negative. Those that have B negative can, in turn, only receive blood donations from people with that blood type or O negative, which is only 9% of the population. And researchers at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife have picked Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill as one of the 3 statewide locations for one of the new MODIS wildlife tracking systems. The MODIS system is an international network of researchers that use automated radio telemetry to track species of birds, bats, and insects. The system is a massive one with nearly 18,000 MODIS receivers worldwide in 34 different countries. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Get ready, lovebirds. The Hometown Radio Network's Valentine's Day giveaway is now. Make sure you're listening to The Joe Show on WHIR or Radio Rick on WHBN to register for our spectacular Valentine's prize package. Indulge in a romantic night at the Hampton Inn. Spiff up your car with a $50 Thoroughbred Express Auto Wash gift card and delight in gourmet bourbon chocolates from Mom Blakeman's Candies. That's not all. We also have a dozen roses from Royalty's Florist and a $30 Las Margaritas gift card. Register now on The Joe Show or Radio Rick Show or online at hometownlive.net's Big Deal store. Winner announced on February 13th. Celebrate love with the Hometown Radio Network this Valentine's Day.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, My Plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
It's 9:07.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by your Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg and Outdoor Power and Rental. Visit Ace Hardware of Harrodsburg for their weekly and monthly specials. North College Street.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's time once again for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players, live from the old bus station restaurant on South Greenville Street. Breakfast with the Coaches is brought to you by Farmers National Bank, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, 101 Business Solutions, The Big Deals online store at HometownLive.net, and the old bus station restaurant. Now let's go out live to the old bus station restaurant.
Well, good morning and welcome to the Breakfast with the Coaches. We're down here at the old bus station on I got used to saying a blustery morning, but it is a fun-filled Saturday morning filled with rain and standing water just about everywhere that on my way in this morning. So hopefully you guys can get out safe. And I can tell you this: we're sitting outside on the deck. It's nice and warm. We got a little heater going, but sitting in some pretty good comfort here right now. But inside things are continuously flying around just like they always do down here at the bus station. Good food, good folks always around. So if you're looking for a good breakfast, head on down to the bus station. So you're listening to Breakfast with the Coaches, sponsored by Jamie Dunn, Shelter Insurance, Farmers National Bank, Big Deals, 101 Business Solutions, and Whitaker Bank. Had a busy week this week. Starting out this morning with the show, got a special guest this morning. Supposed to have a second special guest, but I think she may be. We'll say she was tired from last night, but got Coach Merchant here, and then Senior Sarah Dunn from the Lady Titans team this morning. And so, Coach, welcome again this morning. It's been a couple of weeks since we've had you down on the show. Coach Spivey's come down and partook in a little bit of the food and the conversation, but it's good to have you back.
Yeah, good morning.
So let's just dive right in and dive right into this week. You started out, you came off a win against Bergen last week, and we talked about that last week with Coach Spivey, but you got back into another district game with West Jessamine at home, and just seemed to be up and down on that one. And it seems to be that right now and there's just been several games where you just can't seem to get over that one hump. And if you do, then you start cutting into the lead, and you get to 1 point, and then it's bam, right back to the, a 10-point lead or something. But it's just I don't know. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, definitely. We approach some of these games and we get down, which we never hope to, but we get down, and then it seems like we make a good run, and then we cut it to like 1 or 5, and it just seems like we can't get that closer. We can't take that lead, and then we struggle. We make a couple bad decisions, and then we fight back. Like, credit to our team, we never stop fighting. We just struggle to get back over that hump.
And we talked with Coach Spivey last week on the growth of this team, and you see that. So they get down by 15. I believe we were down by 15 at one time against West, and to battle back within 4 or 5, or it may have been even less that night. But we still see that growth. It just can't seem to put that last piece together right now. But the growth that we've seen and coming into district and regional play, that postseason play, if we continue to grow, hopefully that takes care of itself.
Yeah, coming into this season, we had a lot of new pieces and a lot of new roles for a lot of people. And I think from November to now, we've seen a big change. More people accepting their role, finding their role, figuring out what they can do to contribute to this team, and just filling in those pieces to try to make us successful. I think it shows, as you said, in each game, we're fighting back, we're getting close. We're battling with each and every team that we're playing. And it just shows the growth of this team. We just got to get some little tweaks in there that can get us over that hump.
So talk a little bit about West. I know this was the second time we'd played them, and a similar type game over there, but cut the lead. I think we ended up getting beat by 5 over there. But what was the game plan against West? I know they have a lot of they've got a lot of shooters that, for instance, the first time we played them, they hit 8 threes in the first quarter. And so what was the game plan coming into West and how to battle that?
Yeah, we definitely didn't want them to hit 8 threes in the first quarter again. But so we came in and we knew what we talked about from the previous game. We had seen how things we had made in the game last time, and we came out with those adjustments to start this game. And they came out, and instead of threes, it was Claire Marshall hitting every mid-range shot she could shoot.
Yep.
And it was a little bit of pick your poison there. Did we pick the 3 or did we pick the mid-range? And there for a little bit we were fine with the mid-range, but it just felt like offensively we couldn't get over that hump. Defensively, that's the shot that you want to give them versus a 3. But coming down offensively, we needed to score, and we just struggled to score there at the beginning.
Yeah, and, West has a couple good ball handlers, and really didn't attempt a lot of threes the other night. And it was almost like they were taking what you gave them and Marshall was tough, inside right there at the elbow and just inside that and attacking the basket. But very, very difficult to battle. And I know you started a little bit different starting lineup, a little bit smaller lineup. And was that part of the game plan, or was that was there's some maybe illness or something that, because I know Kate played last night as well.
No, that was kind of a game plan.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald with a look at your sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. We've got Kentucky men's basketball for you on most of these KNN stations this afternoon as Gonzaga drops inside the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. This, of course, a Gonzaga team who to some think they're seeing a drop-off in the teams in the past. For Kentucky, however, offensive rebounds have been an issue.
We went into it knowing that they played 4 guards and 1 post player, really. Claire Marshall can be a guard or a forward.
With this
but
team.
With a lineup like that, we definitely needed to be more guard-oriented, and so going into this game,
more possessions.
we knew we needed to play some more guards, and typically our lineup includes 3 forwards and 2 guards, and with them playing 4 guards, it's a very difficult matchup. So we went into it, with another guard in the game, hopefully able to combat their 4 guards and them attacking the basket, and just more able to get out on the 3-pointer. We didn't want to start like last game with 8 3-pointers.
Right.
But no, we've definitely had to make some tweaks here and there to the starting lineup. But Kate definitely has been great this season, and so has Alexa for stepping up into that role as an 8th grader.
Yeah, she, stepped into that role last week against West, but then Kate, I thought played pretty well last night.
Yeah, she played really good
in a different setting there with Rockcastle. And so what was prepping for Rockcastle? So I know you don't see a lot of them. You may see a lot of film on them, but always a great regional matchup. We've always had really good competitive games with them, and last night was no difference. But what'd you have to do different against Rock that you did preparing for West?
So the difference, I think, in the Rock and West is West, as I just said, was very guard-oriented. They have a lot of guards, and they come out ready to shoot. Rockcastle really isn't a 3-point shooting team. They're more of they're going to get down in the paint, and they're going to score, and they're going to attack. And so we went into the game knowing that we were going to have to own the boards. We were going to have to go in there. We were going to have to rebound offensively and defensively. We were going to have to block out, and we were just going to have to control the paint. And I think that mentality works well for our girls. We're a pretty good rebounding team, and I think Rock is maybe just rebounds a little bit above us on season averages. But we knew when going into that game that we need to control the boards, get all the rebounds, get all the second chance points we could get, and also limit theirs.
And it seemed theirs seemed to go in spurts. There was a few times I think Spivey or King was down low and missed several shots, but got their own rebound and then was able to put it back in at times. But overall, I thought we did a really good job and very fundamental down low on the boards.
Yeah, they're a very fundamental team. I mean, credit to Christy Noble. She's been there for I don't know how long, but she got that job when she was 22, and she's really turned that program into a successful winning program. A lot of tradition down there of just excellence, and so she has her team fundamentally ready and prepared to play any type of game.
Yeah, Christy, I've known her and her husband for a long time. Barry and I went to Western together, and so we've known each other. He's retired. She hasn't given it up yet. So we were talking last night. She's just a Hall of Fame coach waiting to be inducted.
Oh, yeah.
But, always competitive. But so you got Western Hills this afternoon. It's a makeup game from some of the weather we had. But then you got another district or a region foe with Casey County next week, and then you face North Laurel. And the season's starting to wrap up. You were at home for the next 4 games, but then you finish with Southwestern, that traditional last game of the year, right before district and region. So, what's your mindset as a coaching staff right now, as you draw closer to that timeline, but where you want to go with the team at this point?
Yeah, so I think a lot of these region teams help us to get prepared for the region tournament, and that's our goal. You know, we come in and we face these teams, and yeah, we watch some film, we get prepared, but nothing beats just getting experience against playing a team before you go into the region tournament and just knowing how you match up and things that you might have to change. And so I think going into these next region games, you know, we need to be prepared to get a win at home. We always want to protect our home court and play well in front of our home fans and community, but going out and just, you know, playing against these teams, figuring out what we need to do to be successful before we go into the region tournament.
I want to go back to last night's game. In the first half, I want to know what happened between second quarter and third quarter, because when Izzy Carlton came out in the third quarter, she was a rebounding machine, and she did it was phenomenal what she did last night, and was able to get those second and third chances on the boards, but then drawing fouls and really changing her game. You could see a transition in her from the first half and second half.
Yeah, well, credit to Izzy. She played a great game last night. You know, she holds Talon Shear, who's signed to go to Campbellsville, a senior for Rockcastle County, to 7 points, which is phenomenal for her being a freshman and just having to guard somebody like that. But we went into halftime and we looked at everything and we realized Izzy had 0 shots. And, you know, when we just talked about we needed to own the paint and own the boards, we're not going to do it with her getting 0 shots.
Right.
And so we looked at her and we looked at the team and said, guys, in order for us to own the paint, we have to get the ball inside. And I think that mentality changed for our team. And I think she definitely responded and played really well in the second half of the game.
Well, our other guest, I think she got a little extra sleep this morning. But we'll take our first break and we'll come back. And we got Sarah Dunn and Anna Kate Drakeford from the Lady Titans. We'll talk a little bit about what's going on with them through the season, but then what their future looks like too. So we'll take a 3-minute break. You're listening to Breakfast with the Coaches down here at the old bus station. Back in 3 minutes on your hometown radio network.
Are you considering a new home purchase or maybe a remodel? Are you looking for a stable partner you can trust to help you understand your options? This is Jason Tyler. I'm a loan officer at Whitaker Bank in Harrodsburg. As part of your community, I'm here to help you understand the best options for you today and in the future. Give me a call at 859-734-3316 and let me show you what Uniquely Kentucky means. Whitaker Bank is Uniquely Kentucky, member FDIC, and equal housing lender.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come, to101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local Shelter Insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Hello, this is Robert Wagner, General Manager of Hometown Radio. We love our listeners, and we know times are tough, so we wanted to do something big, so you could save money on local businesses. After several meetings, we could see no other way, so we opened Big Deals online store, selling gift certificates to local businesses. The gift certificates are just like cash. You buy full retail value gift certificates at a big discount.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Supplies limited, so hurry over to our online store at hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals logo. Some restrictions may apply. Spend a few minutes now and save big tomorrow. Join other Hometown Radio listeners who are already shopping and saving at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
And welcome back to Breakfast with the Coaches. Been spending some time with Coach Merchant from the Lady Titans as they had another regional matchup last night with Rockcastle County. Unfortunately, was not able to pull that one out. Final score was 67-60. For the first time this year on our show, we've got a couple of guests and a couple of seniors from Mercer County. Senior Sarah Dunn and Anna Drakeford. And so, ladies, welcome.
Thank you.
Speak. Anna, I'm glad you got a little extra sleep. So I told them we were going to give you a hard time. But, no, excited and glad to have you both on the show this morning. So, Sarah, we'll start with you since Anna, we'll let Anna wake up a little bit and wait for food to come in. But last night was a pretty nice little milestone for you. 6 of 7 from 3, and I'm sorry,
9.
yes, right, sorry, my stats guy. But just a great night last night for you, and just what was your mindset?
I came into the game. I knew I had to shoot the ball and just shoot it when I was open, because in order for Anna Kate to do her thing, I got to be hot one night so she can drive to the basket and kick it out.
And so, and your roles changed a lot this year from previous years, and so talk about that and what your role is as a senior one, but then your role on the floor, but then how that transition occurred as well.
I had to step up a lot, rebound. Izzy and I down low, playing the big girls, blocking out, getting rebounds every night, and then just being that leader on the team, being there for my teammates and giving them the confidence.
So do you think that playing that guard/forward role, that of course you're usually up a little bit taller defender, so you're defending down low in a different position, but so then that allows you, the shooting from outside allows you to pull that the big man out, so to speak, and do you feel like that gives you more opportunity?
Yes.
As far as shooting?
I think it does. I get to pull out and go to the wing, and then Izzy could be posted, Anna Kate driving, kick it to them, or pump fake my girl and go to the basket.
So, Anna, huge night for you last night. Nice little milestone, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to let everybody know what that milestone was?
My 2,000th point.
2,000 points and as a Titan in your career, first of all, but all as a Titan, and just that puts you among some a very small elite group with the school records.
Yeah, it's an honor to be in that category with two amazing players who have done amazing things for the Titans and in college.
So you knew going in last night what you needed to have, right?
Yeah, I did.
And so, but I also know, and it's very evident by the way you play, that wasn't your goal, right? So I know what well, I think I know what you're thinking anyway, but as you drew closer to it, was it on your mind at all, during the game, or because that's a huge feat to get to that point.
No, I didn't even know. Spivey, after I scored, Spivey called timeout, and she was like really extra, like, good job. And I was like, wait, did I get my 2,000th? And she was like, yeah.
Well, we had talked about it with Coach Merchants. I talked with her mom before the game, and she had told me that, I think you were 18 points away at that point. And so when you hit that shot, you actually went to 19 on the night, so went beyond that. But so first of all, congratulations. That's a huge accomplishment. So let's talk about your role. So your role really didn't change a whole lot, but at the same time it did because of the focus that teams are putting on you.
Yeah.
And so what has that been like for you?
It's been a little bit hard to adjust to, like, just not getting, like, anything easy really, and but it's allowed for me to try and find my teammates who are open because I am being like so worried about on offense. So it's allowed me to find my teammates who are open.
Well, and we talked about that last night during the game at halftime and post game as well. But so one of the strengths that I think you have is that one, you can score, but then you also find the open man. So you're gonna put your teammates in and find them in good position and dish the ball to them and allow them to score. So take what the other team gives you. And so, but then at the same time, when you do that, how that counteracts what they're trying to do, and so then that allows you to get more shots in the later in the game because they have to adjust to that as well.
Yeah. So the other night, I can't remember who we played. West, yes. So that's kind of what happened then. Like, Izzy would be wide open on the block, and we'd give it to her. She got a ton of points, and then they adjusted, and then Sky hit some threes. So honestly, it's allowing my teammates to step up and score. Like Sarah last night had 7 threes, and she does that a lot of the times. We'll just go crazy hitting threes.
So as seniors, it's a big adjustment to be that leader on the floor, right? And so we are a young team overall and inexperienced, although we've, here at the end of the season, you start talking about, the season being a lot of experience for those younger players. But Sarah, talk a little bit about how you, what's your mindset and how you go about keeping those young players, because I know it's frustrating for them at times because of some of the inexperience, but then how you help them adjust as a senior.
Yeah, they get frustrated sometimes, but I just tell them it'll be okay. Think about the next play and keep doing your thing, because they bring so much energy to the floor, and we really need that as a young team.
So, Anna, what about you?
Same thing. I mean, we basically just pat them on the back or give them a high five and tell them to keep going. Like, if they mess up, it's not the end of the world. Everybody messes up. I mess up. Sarah messes up. So it's really not that big of a deal.
And I think that's a hard adjustment for any player to not let mistakes impact your game in the future. And so it's hard to let those things go. You got to have a short memory.
Mm-hmm.
So let's talk a little bit about your futures. So, Anna, I know you've committed. Mm-hmm. So you share with everyone where your future will be playing college basketball.
I'm going to Thomas More. They're Division II up in Northern Kentucky.
So know Thomas More very well. The school, I dealt with them through my work at the department. But so it is a smaller school, but it's a great atmosphere up there. I always enjoy being in that area. But what was it like up to that point? Did you feel a lot of stress trying to figure out where you were going? Because I know they're recruiting and visits and all that going on. I remember what that was like. But was that a stressful time for you?
Yeah, it was very stressful. I felt so much relief whenever I committed. But I mean, I knew Thomas More was where I wanted to go from the first time I went to their campus, but I'm so indecisive that I just thought I had to give the other schools a chance. So I think if I would have just committed when I went there, I would have been a lot less stressed.
Well, and that's just part of it. But at the same time, I mean, it's a huge decision, right? Mm-hmm. It impacts the rest of your life, and so you want to make the right decision, and I do remember what that was like. So you don't want to necessarily commit, although you probably thought that. You want to make sure. And so any idea what you want to major in?
So I think I want to major in, like, exercise science, but I'm not 100% sure.
So that's indecisiveness coming in?
Yeah.
Is there a reason?
I want to be a physical therapist because, I mean, I tore my ACL and I went through that, so I kind of, like, have an idea of what they do, but again, I'm not 100% sure.
And that was the reason I asked that question. So I'm a big sister question here. So your brother starting his way back, coming back and transitioning back in to playing for our boys team. And so have you shared any advice with him on because you've got the physical aspect, but I think it's when you get to that point, it's more of a mental state in playing. And so if you play timid, then you end up potentially hurting yourself. Chances are hurting yourself are greater if your mindset's not right. So any advice to him on that? Because I know you went through that last year.
Yeah, I think my mom has talked to him a lot about it, but I mean, I've just told him, like, listen to your body, like, don't overdo it. If you feel like something's not right, then just stop. Because, like, if you, I don't know, like, if you overdo it, you can get hurt.
Well, and the thing is that high school players, particularly, they want to be on the floor, they want to be on the field, and so they're willing to say, yes, I'm ready to go, because they're just chomping at the bit. And it's hard to look at the big picture. If I come back slow, it's going to be better in the long run. I'm going to be in a better position. I'm going to be more successful. And so, I mean, coming back last year, did you feel any of that? The struggle between wanting to be on the floor but knowing what was probably the best route.
I mean, yeah, I was dying to get on the floor. Like, I had to play limited minutes for a month, and I had to like sit out an extra month after I got released. So it was hard, but I knew that it was the right thing to do, because I mean, your knee's not something to play with. So it helped me in the long run because it made me stronger.
Absolutely. And again, so I wondered if your experience may want you to, when you said exercise science, I wondered if you were thinking physical therapy, because that had a lot to do with some of the choices that I made along the way as well, getting into athletic training and so forth. So, Sarah, let's talk about your future. What's it look like?
I plan to play tennis in college. It's either between Center College or Georgetown. They're both great schools, great programs, so we'll see.
So I saw Center, Coach Wendy Austin, the other night. I hadn't seen her in forever, and so I saw you talking with her after the game. Is there a potential two-sport
maybe. She's been recruiting me, talking to me. She's a great coach, great person. So, and Lindsay plays for Center, so I know her. She's been talking about how great the basketball team is, and she loves it.
And Center's it's a nice little it's a community over there, and you know, they're embedded in Danville, but it's always enjoyable to watch, and what they've done with their facilities over there. If you haven't been over to Danville to see the adjustments that they made with the fields, they've moved the baseball and brought a softball field in, and just redone everything. I think the only thing they haven't redone at this point is the gym. And Coach Austin and I were talking about that the other night as well. But then the indoor facility they have. So they've a lot of donorship and just some of the things they've done there. But same thing at Georgetown, or are you just looking to play tennis at Georgetown if you go there?
Yes, just tennis.
So know you had a pretty successful summer with tennis. So talk a little bit about that. What things look like for you in the off season of basketball, and how you make the two work.
So right after basketball, I go into tennis. Last year, state tournament, I had to miss one match, and then right after that, I think I had a match like the next day, and then so we got high school play, and then I go take lessons during the summer, even during high school tennis, and just play a bunch of tournaments and try to improve my game during the summer.
So any idea what you want to major in?
I would also like to major in exercise science and become a physical therapist.
Okay. And what spurred that?
I've just always been interested in, like, helping people, caring for them, helping them to get better. one of my good friends, Gina Motley, works in Danville. I love her. She's the best. So that's kind of influenced me to want to become a physical therapist.
Gina and I go way back, way back, longer than I ever want to admit. But so she's good people and a great physical therapist. And so, so ladies, you got district tournament coming up soon. Where are you and your mindset with that? What do you think you've got to do as a team to come out on top?
We just have to work harder, in my opinion. We have to work really hard, and everybody needs to be on the same page as to what we need to do. Because, I mean, me and Sarah are the only ones that have been in this, like, position. Like, we've been in the district championship for 3 years in a row. And nobody else in the region can say that they've done that, which is what Spivey was telling us last night.
Yep.
And so I think we just need to all be on the same page going into districts, and we all need to really, like, work hard into what we need to accomplish this year.
Losing the West 2 times really bothered us, and we just want to go into the district tournament. Even if we're the 2 seed, we want to win it, and because we've won the district tournament I don't know how many years, so we want to keep that running and keep winning, and then go into the region tournament strong and healthy.
Well, and the thing is those losses can be the motivation.
Yes.
Right? And so that's the great thing about regular season is that while it may impact seeding, it doesn't impact outcome.
Yep.
Right? And so, ladies, I appreciate you all coming down. I'm going to we'll take a break and let you partake in the food here and before it gets too cold. But then we'll come back and we'll talk with Coach Atkins here and what the boys scene looks like. And they had a big win last night, and we'll talk a little bit about that. You're listening to Breakfast with the Coaches this morning down here at the old bus station. Back in 3 minutes on your hometown radio network.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Hello, this is Robert Wagner, General Manager of Hometown Radio. We love our listeners, and we know times are tough, so we wanted to do something big, so you could save money on local businesses. After several meetings, we could see no other way, so we opened Big Deals online store, selling gift certificates to local businesses. The gift certificates are just like cash. You buy full retail value gift certificates at a big discount.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Supplies limited, so hurry over to our online store at hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals logo. Some restrictions may apply. Spend a few minutes now and save big tomorrow. Join other Hometown Radio listeners who are already shopping and saving at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Farmers National Bank has been your lifetime bank since 1879. We have a tradition of delivering friendly, knowledgeable service as well as giving back to our community. 2 areas in which we strongly invest is education and economic development. Farmers National Bank supports our local school districts and colleges. The bank also invests in economic development and civic organizations that help create and maintain jobs in our area. This is the best investment we can make. Farmers National Bank, your lifetime bank, member FDIC.
Hurry up, dude. The game's about to start.
Nothing beats spending the day watching the game with your buddies.
Dude, I'm literally right here. Let's do this.
Which is why a shelter insurance renter's policy is key to your winning game plan. It protects things your landlord's policy doesn't.
Dude, where's your TV?
What? No way, dude.
Like that flat screen TV that just got stolen.
I'm Jamie Dunn, your local shelter insurance agent. We're your shield, we're your shelter.
As a business owner, you carry the weight of your company on your shoulders and know that time is money. Let 101 lift some of that weight by ordering your office supplies, keeping your printers printing, and managing your supply closet, all at no cost. 101 is ready to go to work for you. Call them and get an appointment with one of their consultants. Visit them on the web at come101.com. That's come, to101.com, or call them at 734-3536, or visit them at the Harrodsburg Herald.
And welcome back down here to the old bus station with Breakfast with the Coaches. We've been spending some time with senior Sarah Dunn and senior Anna Drakeford. Greatly appreciate both of those ladies coming down and spending some time with us. Anna reaching her milestone of 2,000 points in her career at Mercer County. And then Sarah hitting 7 threes for the second time, I'm learning now, for this year. Just a phenomenal feat for both ladies, but greatly appreciate both of them coming down. Got Coach Atkins here from the boys' side of the Titans, but then Jamie Dunn, one of our sponsors, had to force him to come in on this one. But Coach, welcome again this morning. That's a long drive from Campbellsville, right?
Well, I got to be over here anyway. We've got rec league and several things going on today, so get ready to go to Scott County here in a few minutes. So it's all good, and just glad to be here again.
Well, and let's talk a little bit about that. I know we had a little conversation and joking a little bit about rec league, and so running that for 13 years myself, I remember every Saturday morning and sometimes other days of the week too, to make up games and so forth. But talk about how this is playing out. So one, I think you said this is the last weekend for that, but then one, how critical this is in the foundation of building a program versus a team.
Yeah, at this point, I think it's just getting the interest in the game. Right. Just getting these kids to where they want to come out and play and have a good experience this year, where they want to come back again next year. It's all about building blocks, and this is the first one. I'm sure they've all gone to camps at some point, or little, I guess they call it upward basketball still, and it's not quite as serious, but it's still team-oriented. But this is big for us, just to get the interest, get enough kids that people are thinking about basketball around here, and then that feeds into our middle school programs, and that's where it really gets serious, and that's where it really gets important, because we don't want them walking in the door at the high school for the first time, and then we're having to start all over. So I think above everything, the middle school program is just of the utmost importance, and we've done a good job with that. We need some continuity there. We need some consistency. We need to have coaches that are in place year after year, and that's difficult anymore. It's difficult to find people that have an interest that want to spend the time and have the time to spend coaching a youth basketball team. So it's a commitment, and it's really important for us. So this year, I know in our middle school programs, we had Trevor Short and Tevin Cavanaugh were our coaches down there, and they did a great job, and hopefully those guys are going to do it for us again next year.
Well, that consistency, but then you look at the consistently strong programs, and when you talk about year in and year out, and that's the foundation. It's from first, second, third, fourth grade. That foundation is being established, or has been established, and it's just one transition, almost like school, but
it is.
But it helps build your program overall.
Well, and it's just like Little League baseball. It becomes very serious in a hurry, and we don't want to eliminate that. We want it to be serious. We want them to understand the importance of competing, and understand little things like we talked about last night after the game, like time and score. Understand that might be a decent shot early in the game, but it's not a good shot late in the game. So hopefully those coaches are teaching those values, and it's not just about winning the games, getting the best player, because every team's going to have one kid that's probably better than the others. But it's not just about getting him shots, but getting everyone involved, teaching fundamentals, and then just understanding the importance of team play and character building. Just understand sportsmanship and things that are really important like that.
And it's a fine line, especially when you're talking about younger kids that have an interest, and keeping them interested, but then that serious there's just it's hard to manipulate that.
It is, and we want them to have fun. That's the most important thing. I think if they have a good experience, if they have fun, then they're going to come back out again next year. And with each year they move up a spot, age level wise, or into middle school, they'll understand that it's this year's a little bit more important. It's a little bit more emphasis placed on urgency and things like that than there was last year. The next step and the next step, and all of a sudden they're with us at the high school level.
Well, Coach, let's get into talking a little bit of basketball here now. After the show last week, you had a matchup against Collins. They came in, and that one surprised me a little bit, but then went down to Pulaski and had another tough game, a regional game, one of the top-ranked teams in the region.
Yeah, the game against Collins was just a bad game.
Yep.
We got up 16 in the first half and then let them off the hook, and I knew at halftime when they kind of cut into the lead that I wouldn't say I knew we were in trouble, but I knew that it wasn't headed down a good path. And it ended poorly for us. It just for some reason our team, when we're familiar with opponents, when they're regional opponents, when they're district opponents, we seem to place more emphasis and have a focus that's different for those games, and we've got to eliminate that. We've got to, like tonight, we go to Scott County, and we've got to understand that it's every bit as important as last night against Rockcastle County. So we just got to change the mentality, change the focus a little bit, and I think we'll be okay. But Collins was just one of those games. And I told the guys, we can look at this from a number of different directions. And what I choose to do is say, you know what, going into the last home stretch of the season, that last little bit in February, hopefully we got that one bad one out of the way. And hopefully we can chalk that up to that and move on and not have another one, because it's getting to the point in the season where you can't have those. You can't have those lapses where you just don't play well. I don't like getting beat any more than anybody else, but I can handle losing when somebody just lines up against us, and that day they were just better than us. But when we don't have the focus and the competition level that we should and lose a game, that's what I can't handle. And that's what happened against Collins. Going to Pulaski was – it's like you said, it's on the road. That's one of those measuring stick games because it's one of the best teams in the region. That's where our region's going to be played. And it's a game that first half we were very decent, not great by any stretch. In the second half we were super. I mean, we played great. We shared the basketball. We did the things we're supposed to be successful. And it's just got off to a bad start. And after that one, the message is, you know what? You can't have a bad half in the postseason, and that's our main talk right now. Our main focus is preparation for the postseason, and these games against Pulaski, Rockcastle. You look at a district game next week against Bergen. Then we got Lincoln. Then the last week of the season, you got a district game against Trinity Christian. Then you got Southwestern. So some region and district games mixed into the next couple weeks. And those are nothing but preparation for the postseason. And in the postseason, you can't have a bad half. You're done. It's over. So you can play decent. You can not be your best, but still be really competitive and have a chance. But the first half against Pulaski, we just weren't very good. The second half, we were great. And sometimes, just like that game in the postseason, too little, too late.
Right.
And you're preparing for 25 next year.
So last night we faced off with Rockcastle, another regional game, and usually consistently over the years, just a very competitive game. But probably the best game overall that I've seen from the games that I've seen that Mercer's been in, the more consistency throughout the whole game.
Yeah, I think that was maybe the best game we've played this year. Defensively we were dominant, and for us to be successful, we have to be. I don't think we're ever going to be a great offensive team. We have some holes here, some limitations there. We do a good job of playing around those or playing through those deficiencies, if you will. But defensively, we have a chance to be elite in this region, and that we may play a better team moving forward. But offensively, we won't face a bigger challenge than we did in Rockcastle. They've got size. They've got guys who can score at all 5 spots. They don't have a lot of depth. I'll take that with them. But good size. Everybody shoots it except for the 5-man, and just really hard to go. You got a superstar in Walker Craig, who's just a sophomore. He's going to be a handful over the next couple of years, and and we were absolutely dominant on the defensive end. And for us to be successful in the postseason, that's what if we could bottle that and bring it every night, we've got a chance.
Well, and looking back at the stats, somebody asked me last night after the game about Walker Craig, and of course we had talked about him last week a little bit and kind of what to expect, but held him to 6 points, and 4 of those were free throws.
Yeah.
So, so hats off one to Caleb Murray, who I know started defensively on him, and then I think John Perry stepped in when Caleb got into a little bit of foul trouble there towards the end of the third quarter.
Yeah, Caleb was tremendous to start that game, to set the tone early on him. Walker Craig's, he's big. He's a good athlete. His skill level's off the charts for a sophomore, but he is young, and typically young players, especially young perimeter players, they don't like physical play. And, watching the way Wayne County defended him on film, we knew that physical was the way to be with him. He doesn't like it a whole lot at this point in his career. He'll learn to adjust, and he'll learn to play through that moving forward. But Caleb did a great job of just getting in him a little bit. Our rule with him was, here's a kid that's approaching 200 three-point attempts on the season, and he's almost 50%. That's ridiculous at this time of year. And our rule for him last night was tough twos, no threes. Just don't let him get a catch and shoot. Make him put it on the floor, and if he hits one off the bounce inside the three, then, hey, pat him on the back and say, nice shot. That's all you can do. And Caleb was tremendous. Everybody that, we switch all ball screens, and when somebody, Andrew, Jackson Dowdy, whoever switched off onto him did a great job and just made him earn everything that he got, and that wasn't very much.
You could see his frustration, especially towards the end of the game. The physicality that we, played with just really frustrated him. He wasn't able to do what he was used to doing.
Yeah, and you know what? When you've got a kid that averages almost 22 points a game and is that important to an offense, cut that off. And a couple other guys got beyond their averages, but you take your chances with that, and give them credit for finding offense other places. But when you take a kid out of play like that, they just aren't going to be able to come up with enough. And once again, if we can take that into every game moving forward, then we have a pretty good chance of success in the postseason.
And we talked last night in the post game a little bit about it was good to see Drakeford back on the floor, getting some minutes and getting, as we talked about with Anna, that transition of limited time, but doing it the right way. But some of the things he was able to do with handling the ball and so forth was a huge help last night.
Yeah, it changes us. I mean, it absolutely just changes the way we play, changes some things we're able to do, puts a point guard into play that's got experience at that position at this level. He's a big point guard. I mean, he's got great size, great length, and more than anything, it's I think he brings the basketball IQ that we have to get other people. I look at one play in the first half, and I just looked over at Pendy. I said, we haven't had that. It's sometimes we let the ball stick in one spot too much, but he catches kind of off the elbow, drives it into a gap, pulls 2 defenders, acts like he's driving, kick to Jackson Perry there in the corner for a wide open 3. I said, we haven't had that. We always try to make that one extra dribble, that one extra drive, and it never works for us.
Well, Coach, I know you got Scott County tonight at 7:30. Our Lady Titans face off with Western Hills at home, but you're at Scott County. Western Hills game with the Lady Titans is at 2:30 this afternoon, so come out and support them. But you've got Scott County tonight, so good luck with that one. Appreciate you coming down.
Appreciate it.
Our cue, but greatly appreciate both you and Coach Merchant coming down, and Sarah and Anna as well, and Jamie, you're going to have to quit talking so much.
Can't get a word in.
But greatly appreciate that. So best of luck to both our Titan teams today. You're listening to Breakfast with the Coaches. Thanks to our sponsors, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, Farmers National Bank, Big Deals, 101 Business Solutions, and Whitaker Bank. Good afternoon, and God bless.
You've been started listening to Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches and Players live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant. It's brought to you by The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net, the Old Bus Station Restaurant, 101 Business Solutions, Jamie Dunn Shelter Insurance, and Farmers National Bank. Join us again that same time next week for Breakfast with the Basketball Coaches every Saturday morning from 9 till 10 live at the Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street on AM 1420, 99.5 FM WHBN, and streamed on the World Wide Web at hometownlive.net. WHBN Harrodsburg The Rooster has been your community voice since 1955. It's 10 o'clock, time for the news.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. The Israeli military is planning to evacuate over 1 million Palestinians in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's office explains the evacuations by saying it's not possible to both eliminate Hamas and leave behind 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. It's not certain where the evacuees will go. The State Department warns the plan could turn into a disaster. A massive foreign aid bill is a step closer to passing through the Senate. Senators voted last night on amendments to a $95 billion package funding Israel and Ukraine. The bill would provide $60 billion to Ukraine, $14 billion to Israel, and $9 billion for humanitarian aid across Gaza and the West Bank. In Florida, 2 people are dead after a small jet en route from Ohio to Florida crash-landed along I-75 in the coastal city of Naples.
The plane attempted an emergency landing. There were 5 people on board, 3 of whom were able to safely exit after the crash. Reports say the aircraft took off from Ohio State University Airport. The plane was scheduled to land in Naples, but the tower received word from the plane's pilots that they lost both engines.
Emergency, clear to land, runway 23. Is that opposite 823? We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
I'm Brian Shook.
More than 100 million Americans are expected to tune into tomorrow's Super Bowl.
Oh, my God.
There are many factors drawing audiences to the big game between the San Francisco 49ers and Kansas City Chiefs. Some may be watching for the actual game, while others are interested in the commercials or the halftime performance.
Usher, I loved Usher when I was younger.
I'm Natalie Migliori.
Some reports say O.J. Simpson is battling prostate cancer. News outlets reported Friday Simpson has been receiving chemotherapy. Later on, Simpson spoke to members of the paparazzi, not confirming or denying a cancer diagnosis. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins.
Who's the kid now?
The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes.
May the best man win.
Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can shout my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
Some Republicans want President Biden to be removed from office because of an alleged failing memory. This following a special counsel's report on Biden's handling of classified documents characterized him as a well-meaning elderly man with poor memory. The 25th Amendment to the Constitution can be invoked by the president's cabinet if the president becomes disabled to a degree that he cannot fulfill his responsibilities. President Biden said at a news briefing this week his memory is fine. Next week, Republicans in the House will take another shot at impeaching the Homeland Security Secretary. Republicans will be allowed to call for another vote to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his handling of the U.S. border after Republican Majority Leader Steve Scalise comes back to the chamber this week after undergoing treatment for blood cancer. The chamber could vote as early as Tuesday. A growing number of researchers say microplastics are becoming a ubiquitous part of our food and water supplies. And as Liz Warner reports, it's a particular problem in New York City, where a bill now proposes doing away with plastic-filled detergent pods.
It's estimated that Americans use some 20 billion detergent pods for laundry and dishwashers every year. Advocates of the proposed bill say the pods contain polyvinyl alcohol, which is a pollutant. When these pods and certain laundry sheets dissolve in water, these PVAs release microplastics, which are one of the primary pollutants in U.S. waterways. A 2021 study found some 19,000 tons of PVAs are used annually in making the pods. City Council member James Gennaro introduced the Pods Are Plastic bill, which, if passed, would take effect in 2026 and impose fines for distributing or selling pods.
A familiar face is set to return to The Daily Show next week.
This is The Daily Show with Jon Stewart.
Former host Jon Stewart comes back to the Comedy Central program on Monday nights beginning this Monday. Stewart will sit behind the desk through this year's election. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Blood Center says they're in desperate need for B positive and B negative blood types, with those two types of blood being listed as in, quote, critical need. The Kentucky Blood Center says only 11% of people have B positive and only 2% have B negative. Those that have B negative can, in turn, only receive blood donations from people with that blood type, or O negative, which is only 9% of the population. And researchers at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife have picked Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill as one of the 3 statewide locations for one of the new MODIS wildlife tracking systems. The MODIS system is an international network of researchers that use automated radio telemetry to track species of birds, bats, and insects. The system is a massive one with nearly 18,000 MODIS receivers worldwide in 34 different countries. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
This is Steve Bertram. The Hometown Radio Network is your connection with local, state, and national sport. From daily sportscasts to live coverage of football, basketball, baseball, auto racing, and more, it's all on the Hometown Radio Network on WHIR FM and AM, WHBN FM and AM, Z105 WRNZ FM, and online at hometownlive.net. The Hometown Radio Network, your place to go for sports news and live broadcasts.
Get ready, lovebirds. The Hometown Radio Network's Valentine's Day giveaway is now. Make sure you're listening to The Joe Show on WHIR or Radio Rick on WHBN to register for our spectacular Valentine's prize package. Indulge in a romantic night at the Hampton Inn. Spiff up your car with a $50 Thoroughbred Express Auto Wash gift card and delight in gourmet bourbon chocolates from Mom Blakeman's Candies. That's not all. We also have a dozen roses from Royalty's Florist and a $30 Las Margaritas gift card. Register now on The Joe Show or Radio Rick Show or online at hometownlive.net's Big Deal store. Winner announced on February 13th. Celebrate love with the Hometown Radio Network this Valentine's Day.
If you want to make the most of your vacation, there's no better place than the Bluegrass State. Kentucky's 44 state parks offer abundant places to play and diverse accommodations to stay. Take a hike, float your boat, or bike the trails. Pitch a tent under the stars or settle into a lakefront lodge. Tee up for 18 holes, then enjoy a signature meal. Plan your trip at parks.ky.gov.
It's 10:08.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by Arnold Family MedSave Pharmacy, saving you on all your prescription drugs. Located on South College Street across from Pizza Hut. Arnold Family MedSave Pharmacy.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's 56 degrees.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Harrod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to Personal Effects, the Antique Show. I'm Jerry Sampson. Here in the studio with me is Jan Gentleman. We've been talking all about perfume today. The smell of it. Now, where do we leave off at?
I don't remember.
Well, where can we pick up at?
Well, we were actually talking about the fashion of scent.
Yes.
And you know, the different scents definitely are iconic, are identified with different things. Did you know that the first actually consistently manufactured scent was 1707 in Cologne, Germany?
Yeah.
Back to Cologne. It was an Italian who created this scent. And he said, I love this quote. He wrote to his brother, and he said that he had found a scent that reminded him of Italy in the spring. And he said, I have found a fragrance that reminds me of an Italian spring morning, of mountain daffodils and orange blossoms after the rain.
Ooh, that sounds nice.
And that this cologne, which is actually a perfume in this case, is still being made in the same location in Cologne, Germany.
See, I think that is cool.
That is very cool.
That is cool.
1707. Now, the second most famous cologne, and this truly is a cologne, is 4711, Eau de Cologne 4711. And I actually bought some when I was in Germany visiting in Cologne, and I wore it this afternoon, and it's cologne, so it doesn't have a very high percentage of the essential oils, and it's gone already on this hot summer day.
Yeah.
I can't smell it.
And if I'm not mistaken, it's got a beautiful blue kind of silvery label with a
beautiful
red
bottle.
top. Yeah.
I meant to bring it in it's in the car. I hope it'll be okay. But it is a very, very light, fresh scent. It's still being produced in the same location. But what was distinctive about these two perfumes was that they were made by one individual in a factory, and they were consistent.
Yeah.
It wasn't some housewife making something that smells good.
Yeah.
You know, they were made over and over again, and
it was factory done.
Exactly, and both of them took Europe by storm because they were consistent. The French aristocracy, in particular, really latched on to this stuff, and it wasn't until 90 years later that they became even more widespread. 1797.
Now, you've done that research, but what was the first perfume that used artificial or imitation scents?
I don't know.
It surprises a lot of people. Chanel No. 5.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
Yep.
Because I'll tell you what, when I'm reading some of these descriptions of these perfumes, doesn't sound like hearing somebody talk about wine.
Yeah.
I mean,
it very much is.
Yeah. Okay, here we go. Here's the description of Chanel No. 5, which was created by Ernest Beau for Coco Chanel in 1921. That much I did know. Here's how he describes it. A floral top note of ylang ylang, I'm not sure I'm saying that right.
I think you did well with that.
And neroli with a heart of blends of jasmine and rose over a woody base of sandalwood and vetiver.
Yeah.
Now, vetiver is something interesting. Vetiver is actually from a scent gland of a little weaselly sort of creature.
That's the civet, isn't it? The civet?
No, civet is something different.
Okay.
Vetiver is, but anyhow, it's considered in the musk family, and they're used, all the musks are used as a fixative.
Yeah.
And also as a real low key, because they can be pretty overpowering. I mean, it's a sex attractant, you know, what do you expect? But a very tiny amount not only fixes the perfume essential oils in the alcohol, but it also lends a very mysterious, smoky sort of a scent.
And you can't talk about musk without talking about ambergris.
Yes. And
ambergris is a fascinating thing. In fact, I'm just going to tell you all, if you're not familiar with what ambergris is actually just nothing more than whale vomit.
Yep.
That's all it is.
Sperm whale vomit, to be precise.
Yep. That's all that it is.
But when it washes up on the beach.
And it does today.
Yeah, still today.
And people grab it.
Oh, yeah.
Because it is worth thousands of dollars.
Very, very valuable.
It is the one animal product that is currently used in perfumery that has no consequences.
Really?
Because it is dispelled from the animal.
You mean consequences to the animal it's collected
yeah.
from, right? That makes sense. Yeah, because some of these are from the scent glands of various things, and the only way to get those is to kill the animal.
They don't come out easily.
Yes,
Yeah.
no,
Yeah.
or painlessly.
Ambergris, famous, yeah.
Well, and in fact, one of my very favorite perfume unguents is ambergris.
Yeah.
I've got quite a few of those at home. I grab it whenever I can find it, and it's fairly consistent in its scent.
Yeah.
But interesting perfume. Okay, how about Guerlain's Shalimar?
Absolutely.
There's an oldie.
Yep.
That was one of the next big perfumes, launched 1925 and relaunched again in 2001. It kind of fell out of fashion, dropped off the radar, and Guerlain reintroduced it in 2001 with a more modern, updated packaging. And we're going to talk a lot more about perfume containers and marketing techniques, which are huge these days. How about Dana, Taboo?
Yeah. Scandalous.
Taboo. 1932.
It was a scandal when that first came out. I mean, it was just, and that's the one with the woman in the ball gown and the man holding the violin and leaning her over, kissing her. Yeah, I mean,
I know you've seen the advertising for that. I mean, some of these have such iconic bottles as well as iconic visual advertising.
And, I can't begin to even tell you all how dependent, like Jan said, these things are to fashion.
Oh, hugely.
You'll have something like Giorgio, like I said there earlier, a big hoopla over a perfume.
A perfume.
And then, 3 years later, and it's gone. You don't hear about it. It's not sold. And then all of a sudden, it may come back again.
It may come back.
I mean, but fashion dictates everything to the world of perfume and fragrance.
And fragrance, for fragrance of any kind. I guess we should stop talking just about perfume. Yeah, since we're definitely talking about the colognes and everything else. Well, in fact, for a long time, as I said earlier, perfume scents were the sole delight of the upper class.
Yeah.
And it really wasn't until some of the artificial fragrances came into being that they became more easily obtained by the middle class, and really not until the first part of the 1900s.
Yeah, because we're literally talking like Marco Polo and explorers.
Yeah.
I mean, there were barks, there were seeds and pods that were brought in that poor people just are not going to
couldn't afford them.
And and the church, the church was really big, of course, with incense, with other unguents that they had. They were also big, and of course, they didn't get much wealthier than the early churches did.
Yeah.
But poor people did not own these fragrances. That's why it's so amazing that when you can go into Walmart or Target and you can pick up a really popular brand, of how fortunate that you
a
really
well
are.
advertised brand.
You really are. Even if you're buying Eau de Cologne or Eau de Fresh, it's really something, because if you were 150, 200, 250 years ago, it wouldn't have been available to you.
Even really 100 years ago.
Yeah.
It was very uncommon.
Yeah.
To be able to access this stuff by most people. Well, here's another one. Still popular through the 50s and 60s, but it was originally introduced in 1932. Je Reviens.
I'm lost on that one. Not familiar with that one at all.
That's a real big one. How about Elizabeth Arden's Bluegrass, 1934?
Yeah, and Arden's Red Door.
Yeah.
I think that came out in the 70s.
Yeah, and bluegrass has just recently had a revival.
Yeah.
I think, and imagine now that we've had a Triple Crown winner, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't see another big push from the Elizabeth Arden people on behalf of bluegrass.
American Pharaoh.
Yeah. Oh no, we're back to those Egyptians with those fat cones on their heads.
It all goes back to the Egyptians. It's all going back to the Egyptians. Well, what else about, what makes up a perfume? What else can we talk about? Because we're getting ready to run out of time on this episode.
Yeah.
Well, we've covered, wood and pods and seeds.
Well, there's a whole lot of
blossom,
floral things that go into it. Things that are very common, grasses and things that are distilled down. Everything from lavender to lemon Lilac, Lily of the Valley, a lot of big famous
Here's
ones.
one. I read this last night. Of course, everyone is familiar with Joy.
Oh, yeah.
By Jean Pateau. And I mean, that was also another
1935 it was introduced.
That was a really big groundbreaker. Do you realize that if you're fortunate enough to be able to purchase a bottle of Joy, or you've been given one, that you're actually holding something in your hand that has over 10,000 jasmine blossoms and 28 dozen roses?
Wow.
That is what that has been screwed down, mashed down, and distilled
into an ounce of joy.
10,000 blossoms of the jasmine plant and 28 dozen roses.
Wow.
In that one bottle.
No wonder it was named the premier scent of the 20th century in the year 2000.
And I think for a long time they said it was the most expensive perfume in the world.
I think it was.
I think that's been overshadowed greatly by some brands that are out there now. But for a long time, it had that distinction.
Yeah. And it's such a distinctive scent.
It is. And the bottle. But, Jan, we're getting ready to come up on a break. Can you hang around with us for a few more minutes? Everyone be sure to take a few moments to listen to the sponsors, and we'll be back in just a few minutes.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
The hometown place where all the locals eat is the old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg. The fresh veggies and sides, the famous banana soft serve ice cream, all make it a great place to eat with family and friends. Stop in for breakfast or come by for lunch. Be sure to get a Titan burger or a Bulldog burger. And when the weather is nice, enjoy a meal on the outdoor patio. Specials every day. Call ahead for carryout. Located in Harrodsburg on South Greenville Street, the old bus station restaurant open Tuesday through Saturday 7 to 2. The old bus station in downtown Harrodsburg.
Get your copy of James Hurd Trust's The Men of Mercer County today. The book is a compilation of stories about men who have lived in Mercer County, written by the people who loved them. The stories are rich in the history and heritage of the community and the people who have lived there. Available at J. Sampson's Antiques and Books, Beaumont Inn, and the Harrodsburg Herald, it sells for $35. Only 450 copies were printed, so get yours today before they're all gone.
Most unhappy collectors collect things that they don't like because they hope that one day it'll be worth a lot of money. J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals will let you know what you've got and really what it's worth. Don't worry about what someone else collects. Collect what you love, and one day if it's worth a lot of money, that's great. If not, you still have something that makes you happy. Visit J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals next to Lawson's Jewelry in Main Street in Harrodsburg. They're open Monday through Saturday 10 to 5, Sunday 1:30 to 5, and closed on Wednesday. That's J. Sampson Antiques Books and Appraisals. Let Bluegrass Artworks help bring out your creative side of decorating your business or home. You'll discover a fine selection of antiques, coins, silver, oriental rugs, jewelry, and pens. Make beautiful music with musical instruments like banjos, guitars, and more. Bluegrass Artworks is open Thursday, Friday, and Saturday 10 till 5. Bluegrass Artworks is located at 103 South Main Street. For more information or questions about Bluegrass Artworks, call 859-806-1038. Stop and shop the showroom today at Bluegrass Artworks.
On the basketball court, you have to know where the lines are. It's just as important to know where the lines are in your own yard. Kentucky law generally requires you to have underground utility lines located before most excavation work, even if it's on your own property. If you don't call 811 and you damage a natural gas line, the Kentucky Public Service Commission will investigate you, and you may be fined up to $1,250. Much better to stay within the bounds of the law and call before you dig to start putting in that backboard or goalpost. For more information, visit psc.ky.gov. This message brought to you by the Kentucky Public Service Commission.
Darling, I bought you a new vacuum cleaner from the WHBN swap shop. You know, you plug them in and they pick up dust and dirt.
Good, because I bought you a chainsaw from the swap shop. It cuts the dead trees out back.
Well, I bought you a new iron from the swap shop. Don't touch the hot side.
Hey, here's the new power drill from the swap shop. Honey, you hold the part that doesn't spin.
Well, here's the new washer from the swap shop. Be careful you don't fall in and get wet.
Advertise for free on WHBN Swap Shop at 734-4321. Monday through Friday, 9:30 and 3 o'clock here on the Rooster, 1420 WHBN.
It's 10:23.
This WHBN weather forecast is a service of Northgate Medical Group. Dr. Richard Dart, APRN's Mackenzie Record, and Virginia Morris are accepting new patients at 859-734-3482.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's 56 degrees.
The Personal Effects Show, a program that encourages listeners to understand antiques, collectibles, and sometimes just plain junk. The Personal Effects Show airs each Saturday morning on WHBN FM 99.5 and AM 1420 after the 10 o'clock news with Jerry Sampson, your host, who interviews collectors, dealers, experts, and others. The Personal Effects Show is sponsored by the James Herod Trust, Bluegrass Artworks, and J. Sampson Antiques and Books.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. And Jane, really and truly, these things are so, linked with, not only just big fashion houses, but now one of the big things that's coming up are celebrities.
Oh yeah.
I mean, and it gets so tiresome of seeing everyone. But have you noticed? I mean, not only have you got Paris Hilton, you've got
Jennifer Lopez.
You've got Jennifer Lopez.
And then the classics such as Elizabeth Taylor.
Yeah, you've got that, and now you're even getting sports stars. Have you noticed that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
people I've never heard of.
I mean, people I've never even heard of, but you know what? They will probably not last.
No, probably not.
It will probably not stay there for that long.
I mean, the big draw on those sorts of scents is probably the bottling more than the actual scent itself.
When you talk about, Coco Chanel, which is, truly iconic with Chanel No. 5, but, that is by far, the most famous one, but it's not the only one.
No, not at all.
Many of these houses, they had dozens. And sometimes they would have them for 10 or 15, 20 years, and then they would just go away.
Yeah, but a lot of those, I mean, some of them really have stuck around
a
long time.
They have,
a long time. And of course, in the early days, perfumes and scents, especially, were associated with the couture. They were associated with the world of fashion, and many of the big fashion houses put out their own distinctive perfumes. It wasn't until post World War II, really, that cosmetic companies started coming up with their own brands of perfumes and scents, and things like Yardley, Max Factor, Coty.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk about Coty a little bit later in terms of packaging.
Yeah.
I think we've got another show we're talking about doing. But Revlon, all of those. One of the old classics is Yardley.
Yeah.
And
Yardley of London.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yardley of London, and that's one of the earlier fragrance lines, cosmetic fragrance lines, were the Yardley soaps. Goya, remember the Naked Maja, that was always on the packaging for the Goya.
No, I do not remember that.
Oh wow, beautiful painting, an old Spanish painting, the Naked Maja. That was kind of controversial in its day, so they made it smaller. You couldn't really see anything. But it wasn't until the 1960s that, with the rise of the cosmetic industry and their various perfumes that were associated with them, that the masses, which means generally teenage girls, could buy a lot of scent.
Yeah.
And there are all kinds of things. Fiji, Y. I remember some of these. Topaz.
Don't remember that.
Rive Gauche. That's because you're a guy.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have been hanging out at the perfume counters trying everything on and being too ignorant to know that you can muddle the scent. Not only do they all muddle together on your skin, but your nose gives up.
What is it
after
they say?
a while.
Three is about the limit that you can take?
Yeah, about the limit that you can distinguish at a time.
And who would have thought years ago that you would have had the little jar of coffee beans to smell?
Oh, really?
And now you have the coffee beans to cleanse the palate of your nose. It really gets kind of silly after a while. And something that's also big that we cannot ignore is, we've mentioned celebrities and we've mentioned sports people, but also jewelry stores.
Oh, that's true.
I mean, you've got Tiffany's, you've got Bulgari, you've got Van Cleef & Arpels, you've got Cartier.
Yeah.
But it covers a lot.
And so many of those really are associated, when you think perfume with that kind of an association, you're automatically thinking high end.
Yeah.
But even the named perfumes that come from the cosmetic companies have got a little bit of a cachet about them that just your average homemade scent isn't going to have.
Yeah.
But that leads us to something else that's going on. There's a big, huge revival in home still rooms.
Yes.
People distilling their own scents, creating their own perfumes. There are any number of online classes on how to create a perfume. And just like that description of Chanel that I read you earlier.
Yeah.
A floral top note of ylang ylang and neroli with a heart of blends of jasmine and rose over a woody base of sandalwood and vetiver. You've got the three big elements right there. You've got a top note, you've got a heart blend, and then you've got the base notes.
Yeah.
And people are learning to do that.
And what does this sound like? It's music.
It's good point.
It sounds like
good
music.
Good point. A symphony in scents.
A symphony in scents.
Oh, we've just coined something, I believe.
I've got dibs on it.
So let's see. We were talking about perfumes for the masses in the 1960s.
Well, you can't talk about perfumes for the masses without talking about briefly, and I don't want to devote a lot of attention to it, but Avon.
Oh, yeah. Oh, gosh, how we could...
Avon is a huge thing. You could really devote a really interesting show to just Avon. Avon started... What was the original name of Avon?
I have no clue.
The California Perfume Company.
Oh, seriously?
Yes, ma'am. That was the original. You have anything that is... period, not the reproduction stuff from the 70s and 80s, but you have anything that says the California Perfume Company,
really?
It is worth some really major scratch.
Well, did they, my impression of the Avon products, the scent products, has always been that they were imitating other well-known scents. They were creating their own version of...
Later they did.
In the early days, they actually had their own distinctive scents.
Very much. And then there was something that was really weird that happened, I think, late 50s on up until the 70s, and maybe even the 80s, where they all kind of smelled the same.
Yeah.
The men's, the women's, the supposedly fancy stuff.
That's true. That's the rise of the unisex.
Yeah.
Of the unisex perfumes.
And I just want to tell everyone, we're not going to devote a lot of time to it. If you've got perfume bottles that are by Avon, whether they're with the box, whether they're with the receipt, they're not worth a lot of money.
Today,
basically, you're looking at a couple of bucks a piece.
Well, we'll get to this. Because I've got something I want to say about the value of things like that.
Yeah,
but we'll talk about another show.
But Avon, a major powerhouse.
Yeah.
And today they've done a complete 360.
Have they?
With everything that they've done, they have got some really beautiful things that are out there now. But they are a multi-billion-dollar company. In fact, they are so big that at one time they owned Tiffany & Company.
You are full of surprises today.
They owned Tiffany & Company, and there was a big, kerfuffle over that because, how dare cheapo Avon own America's
Tiffany.
Jewelry store?
Yeah. Because they were poorly managed and got bought out. That's probably how.
And they had the money. And they had the money to buy them.
Yeah. And money talks. Money talks.
But yeah, I mean, it's a fascinating history of just these designers. I mean, look at the House of Dior.
Oh yeah.
I mean, that's another big one that was really
one
big.
Of the big Dior, Guerlain, Lancôme, and even today they're producing what they call limited edition perfumes.
That's
some
one
of
the really
big
trends.
couture houses. Yeah, and they'll only be out for a season and then they're gone.
Yeah.
So what do you do if you fall in love with one? You buy it all up.
Yeah. And when we do a future show, we'll talk about the values because that's where some of the value may lie, or in these limited edition
limited
pieces.
vintage wines.
Yeah.
So, and let's move forward into the 80s.
Yeah.
There was the whole issue. You know how we used to power dress in the 1980s? Big shoulders, high heels, big hair. There were power perfumes. Especially here we come back to the Giorgio's Beverly Hills.
Yeah.
That was so incredibly promoted, more than just about anything, that it was banned from restaurants. It was such a strong fragrance.
And like we said earlier, Polo was up there too. Polo was really obnoxious. I know it was obnoxious for high school boys to wear.
Oh yeah.
Because it just reeked.
Oh yeah, English leather.
Yeah.
Well, but it's that's preference.
Yeah.
That's preference. That's when you, in the 80s too, is when you started to see an image or a gimmick. Like, for instance, Jean-Paul Gaultier had a packaged a perfume, a glass torso in a tin.
Yes.
You know, that's when you really started to see some bizarre packaging that went beyond art packaging and into nouveau art. Gloria Vanderbilt brought out several scents, but they were lighter scents. Like Lulu, 1987. I remember Lulu.
I remember seeing that in magazines.
Yeah. And then there was the whole business of a perfume called Champagne that actually got taken to court by the region of Champagne in France that produces champagne, and they had to change the name, and it still is out there on the market. That perfume, that
those
mix.
people are very defensive of their region.
Yes, they are.
They defend their region passionately.
Yeah. But it's now sold as Ivresse, so it is still there if you're curious. And in the 90s, we were talking earlier about the green ocean scents, green ocean. We went to crisper, fresher scents like Eternity, Safari by Ralph Lauren. That was one of the prettiest bottles. A lot of the perfume trade people seem to feel that's one of the prettiest.
See, there's all kinds of different things that we need to, I mean, you just devote so much time to.
Yeah.
Hey everyone, well that ends it for today. That was a really great show there, but if y'all need me in the meantime, you should know where to find me. I'm right there at 107 South Main Street, Harrodsburg, Kentucky. Come down and visit me. I'll be glad to give you a tour of the store. If you've got appraisal needs, if you need a consultation, come by and see me. I'll be glad to help you out. My phone number is 859-734-7829. So come by and see me sometime. But in the meantime, y'all get out there, have a good time, go to a sale, go to a good auction. Get out there and have a good time and buy something that's a real treasure. So until next week, I'll see y'all then.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald with a look at your sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. We've got Kentucky men's basketball for you on most of these KNN stations this afternoon as Gonzaga drops inside the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. This, of course, a Gonzaga team who to some think they're seeing a drop-off from the teams of the past. For Kentucky, however, offensive rebounds have been an issue, but they were better against Vanderbilt. Coach John Calipari talking about what fans should be looking for not only this afternoon, but all season with this team.
The way we're playing, we play so fast that the other team is going to get 10 more possessions. So the reality of it is they're probably going to score 8 to 10 more points than they would because of how fast we play.
There is other college basketball around the state tonight. Louisville will host Georgia Tech. Western Kentucky is at Jacksonville State. Eastern Kentucky is at Stetson. Morehead State will host Eastern Illinois, while Murray State will welcome Evansville. Women's college basketball, reigning Miss Kentucky basketball out of Rowan County, Haven Ford dropped a career-high 27 points, marking the second highest point total by a freshman in the Missouri Valley Conference this season. And the Racers get back in the win column. They beat Southern Illinois 81-74. Coming up later today at 5 and 4 in league play, Western Kentucky, tied for third place in Conference USA, welcomes Jacksonville State. It was opening day for college softball as 25th ranked Kentucky started the season 2-0 in San Diego. They get a 5-1 win over UC Santa Barbara and followed that up with a 2-1 upset of number 3 Stanford. More than 100 million Americans are expected to tune into the Super Bowl tomorrow. Of course, there are many aspects drawing audiences into the big game between the Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I will, but I've always watched the Super Bowl with my dad, so it's not going to be new.
Everybody's going to be watching it. I don't think you're going to see nobody in the streets unless they go get some beer or something.
Some will actually be watching for the game, while others are interested in the commercials or maybe even the halftime performance from Usher. Some viewers say they're waiting to see if Taylor Swift makes it back from Tokyo in time to support her boyfriend, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the WHBN Harrodsburg.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Hello, this is Robert Wagner, General Manager of Hometown Radio. We love our listeners, and we know times are tough, so we wanted to do something big, so you could save money at local businesses. After several meetings, we could see no other way, so we opened Big Deals online store, selling gift certificates to local businesses. The gift certificates are just like cash. You buy full retail value gift certificates at a big discount.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
Supplies limited, so hurry over to our online store at hometownlive.net and click on the Big Deals logo. Some restrictions may apply. Spend a few minutes now and save big tomorrow. Join other Hometown Radio listeners who are already shopping and saving at Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
Shop local, buy local, save big deals.
The Big Deals online store at hometownlive.net.
You need a stopper at the new Papa's Quick Stop for some knickknacks, gas and snacks, breakfast, lunch, and fried chicken with a bone. Papa's Quick Stop has a loyalty program, fast way to earn on every purchase you make. A swipe of your card is all it takes. Come see what they've done to the new place at Papa's Quick Stop. Come try their great breakfast, lunch specials, and save on all your gas, snacks, beer, and much, much more. Hey, Papa, can you stop at the Quick Stop in Danville, across from the fairgrounds? Now offering the full Candleberry collection. Candleberry at Papa.
If you're looking for a better dental experience, Dr. Jennifer Nichols' goal is always to provide each and every patient with the very best dental care in the most genuine and caring manner possible. Their office is a friendly atmosphere that will immediately put your family at ease. Their professional staff will help you feel welcome and comfortable every time you enter their office as they strive to provide the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle and efficient way. For an appointment, visit Dr. Jennifer Nichols. She's on North College Street. Call 734-5111. See how different a dental experience can be with Dr. Jennifer Nichols.
Hi folks, Mike Gay here. At Essity, we know that hygiene and health is the essence of well-being for every person at every stage of life. Essity is proud to be part of the Harrodsburg and Danville communities, providing good-paying jobs to our employees who make hand towels and tissue paper for people of all ages. If you'd like to join us, check out our website at essity.com. That's essity.com. essity.com.
Hi, this is Caraway. And Adeline. At Mattresses and More next door to Ace Hardware in Danville. If you are looking for new furniture or bedding, come check us out. New merchandise arriving weekly and we sell off the floor. We offer layaway and 12-month same as cash with approved credit. Come see our Nana for the best deal in town. You'll be glad you did.
Thanks, girls. Aren't they so sweet? Yes, more than a mattress store. That's living room suits, dining room suits, or just a single recliner. Mattresses and More, Houstonville Road, Danville.
Kentucky has one of the most expansive state park systems in the nation. For decades, the parks have been bringing people together for family reunions, fishing, hiking, and a wealth of other activities. What's your favorite memory of a Kentucky state park? Unfortunately, it takes more than governmental support to keep the parks vibrant. The Kentucky State Parks Foundation raises money to create educational programs for elementary school kids to connect them with nature, handicappable hiking trails, and the preservation of historical artifacts. Make a tax-deductible donation online at KentuckyStateParksFoundation.org.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
There's a potential breakthrough in the treatment of Alzheimer's. Michael Kastner reports.
A team of researchers from the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences is announcing the finding of a new drug to help treat people who are genetically predisposed to Alzheimer's. The drug could potentially prevent the disease in patients. The findings, originally published last month, show the drug targets a specific gene, the so-called Alzheimer's gene, which can be present in one or both parents. The team continues preclinical research as they await full patent approval. I'm Michael Kastner.
Californians now have access to a new prescription-less drug that helps with HIV prevention. It's commonly known as PrEP, and the drug can be taken both before and after exposure and is nearly 100% effective at preventing transmission of HIV. Democratic Governor Gavin Newsom has signed that bill into law. Health update, Sarah Lee Kessler, NBC News Radio.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can try my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the new Howard Carpenter Flooring Outlet in Harrodsburg, 540 North College Street next to Timmy's 5 Point. Shop and save with Howard Carpenter.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's 56 degrees.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good morning, and welcome again to the Message of Grace. We thank you for tuning in today and pray that you'll stay tuned for the entirety of the program as we share with you some thoughts from the Word of God. We want to invite your attention to the 50th Psalm, Psalm chapter 50, and we'll read there in just a moment, beginning with verse 14. While you're opening your Bible or New Testament up to Psalm 50, do let me take this opportunity to invite you to come and be with us at Grace Church. Well, we meet each Lord's Day morning at 11 a.m. for the fellowship of the saints and the singing of the old hymns of Zion, as well as the preaching of the gospel of God's free grace. We meet on Wednesday nights at 7 p.m. for a time of prayer, and that's followed by a period of verse-by-verse Bible study. We are currently, have been for the last several months, preaching a series of messages on some of the great words of the Bible, and we invite you to come and be with us for any of those studies. Now, if you have your Bible open to Psalm 50, would you read with me, please? And let's begin reading in verse 14. Psalm 50, verse 14. The psalmist writes, "Offer unto God thanksgiving, and pay thy vows unto the Most High. And call upon me in the day of trouble. I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. But unto the wicked God saith, What hast thou to do to declare my statutes, or that thou should take my covenant in thy mouth? Seeing thou hatest instruction, and castest my words behind thee. When thou sawest a thief, then thou consented with him, and hast been partaker with adulterers. Thou givest thy mouth to evil, and thy tongue frameth deceit. Thou sittest and speakest against thy brother. Thou slanderest thine own mother's son. These things hast thou done, and I kept silence. Thou thoughtest that I was altogether such an one as thyself, but I will reprove thee, and set them in order before thine eyes. Now consider this, ye that forget God, lest I tear you in pieces, and there be none to deliver. Whoso offereth praise glorifieth me, and to him that ordereth his conversation aright will I show the salvation of God." I want to speak to you today from verse 15 and verse 23, and the message is entitled, "Why Pray If God is Sovereign?" Why pray if God is sovereign? In this psalm, the Lord God is having a controversy with his people, not with regard to the external aspects of their religion, but with regard to the internal aspects, to their heart relationship. Beneath their white robes, there beat hearts that were full of darkness and evil. The heart is desperately wicked, easily deceived, and leads one astray without hesitation. Not too long ago, somebody asked me this question, "Do you pray?" And I said, "Yes, I do." And they said, "But you preach that God is sovereign, that he does what he wants to, and where he wants to, and when he wants to, and how he wants to. Why do you pray?" And that led me to consider this message, and I want to try to answer that question for you on the next couple of broadcasts. Why pray if God is sovereign? First of all, let me begin by saying that calling on God in troublesome times glorifies him. He says here in the 15th verse, "And call upon me in the day of trouble." The people's problems were related to their prayers in troublesome times. the children of Israel throughout the Old Testament, we find them praying to God when things were desperate. When things were going well, they just ignored God. They went on about their business. And but when it got desperate times, they began to complain and murmur, and they began to speak out against God. Throughout the Bible, we find that calling on God in sincere prayer in the day of adversity honors him and brings him great glory. We pray because we don't have the answer. We pray because we don't have the solution to life's troubles, but we pray because our God does. I believe our God can do anything he wants to do. There is nothing that limits his power. There is nothing that constrains him. And so I pray because my God sits on a throne. When men and women sincerely call on God in their times of trouble, it is an honest and a truthful recognition of who and what God is. Their prayer recognizes and trusts God's continual interposition in the affairs of their life. God is not an outsider. He's not an onlooker. He's not a sightseer. God is involved in the life of all men and women, but especially in the lives of his people. He knows everything that happens to us. He has a purpose for everything that he allows to come into our life. He is vitally involved in all our being, in all our dealings, in all our actions, and he tells us to pray. It is that reality that brings God's glory in our prayers. We are to glorify God in all we do, and that includes praying. Such prayers as the psalmist offered here in Psalm 50 manifest a spiritual relationship to God. I don't pray to God as if I didn't know him. I pray to God because I do know him. I pray to God because he's revealed himself to me, and he's given me in his word everything I need to know about my God, who is able to solve all my problems, to give me a solution to them. He may not make them go away. He may not make them any easier, but he'll give me strength and grace to deal with those situations that are in his plan and purpose. Such prayers convey a manifested hope in God. My soul hopes in his mercy. If it didn't, I'd just sit still. I'd just deal with things the best way I could and leave God out of the picture. But because I trust him and because I rest in him, because I honor and glorify him in all the events of my life, when troubles come and trials come and uncertainty comes, I pray. This calling on God in days of trouble pleases him because it testifies of my affection for him. I call on God because he's my Heavenly Father. I call on God because he's my Creator. I call on God because he's my King. I call on God because he's my Master. I love him, and so I call on him. Such prayers manifest a steadfast confidence, not only in God's ability to answer the prayer, but also in his genuine concern for my life, that he would have me to have the best. Job 13:15 says, "Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him." That was a bold statement for Job to make. He just lost all his children. He'd lost the fellowship of his wife. He had been turned upon by his best friends. He had lost almost all his material possessions. He had lost his health. He had lost his self-respect. He had lost his self-confidence. But he hadn't lost confidence in God. He said, if he kills me, I'll still trust him. Now, it is always wise to bear that heart, that troubled heart, to the Lord's anointed eyes. The psalmist wrote in Psalm 62, verse 5, "My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from him." My expectation is from him. That's why we must wait in these troublesome times, because we trust God. I don't have the answers that a lot of people are looking for, but my God does. Now, he has the answers. It may not be what you're looking for, but he has the answers because he controls all things. I might also say that such prayers honor God not only in their praying, but in their answers. He said, "Call on me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee." I will deliver thee. In God's word, you'll find a practical answer. God says, "Call on me, I'll deliver you." I think about all the situations the disciples had in their walk with Jesus for over 3 years. And one of the most powerful ones that always stirs my mind is the night that they got in the boat and started across the sea, and a big storm came up. These men were experienced fishermen. They were used to being around the water. They were used to being around being in storms. But I tell you, the storm that came up was so severe that it distressed them to no end. And finally, in desperation, somebody went back and woke the Lord up, who was asleep in the back of the boat, and said, "Lord, don't you care about us? This boat's fixing to sink." Jesus rose up from where he was and looked out at the waters and said, "Peace, be still." And the waters were instantly calm. That's a practical answer. We must also note that God always gives a very positive response. He didn't say, "I might," or "I'll think about it," or "I'll try." He said, "I will deliver thee." Unbelief always has questions about God. There are some of you listening to my voice this morning, and you have all kinds of questions about God because your hearts are filled with unbelief. But God's assurances are always for his people. They're always for his saints. In 2 Corinthians chapter 1, verse 10, Paul wrote this, "Who delivered us from so great a death, and doth deliver, in whom we trust that he will yet deliver us." Paul said he has delivered us, and he is delivering, and he's going to deliver. He had full confidence in God to do what God said he would do. Notice that this promise is also very personal. He says, "I will deliver thee." It's a personal promise for those who pray with faith in their heart that God will answer. God says, "I'll do it. I'll answer." We must also remember that God's answers are permanent. God doesn't make temporary solutions to things. I know people that don't know how to do a lot of things around their house, and they have a problem come up, and they always got a temporary solution. They can put duct tape on it or tie some baling twine around it, do something, but they don't fix it. But God, when he deals with problems, he fixes them. When the disciples faced the stormy sea, he calmed it. When the blind man couldn't see where it was going, Jesus gave him eyesight. When the woman who had had an issue of blood for 18 years and had spent all she had dealing with doctors, and she was not better but was worse, Jesus healed her. When Jesus came to the tomb of Lazarus, he wept, not because Lazarus had died, but because of the unbelief of the people around him, and he rose him up. That's what he does. We must take God at his word. It's a refreshing and a recurring promise from God. I will deliver. I will deliver. We must take God at his word. We must have faith in him and believe what he tells us. Call upon me in the day of trouble, and I will deliver thee, and thou shalt glorify me. Our time is gone for today. We'll continue this message next week. Come be with us at Grace Church tomorrow. Until then, we bid you goodbye and God's blessings.
WHBN Harrodsburg.
Your community voice since 1955. The Rooster. WHBN Harrodsburg. AM 1420 and on FM at 99.5.
NBC News Radio, I'm Scott Carr. Federal officials are investigating after a helicopter carrying 6 people crashed in San Bernardino County last night. The FAA says the Eurocopter EC-130 went down around 10 p.m. just east of the 15 freeway near the community of Nipton. The cause of the crash is under investigation. There's no word if there are any survivors. President Joe Biden is urging Congress to pass a $95 billion funding bill that includes aid for Ukraine. The Senate voted last night to approve amendments to the bipartisan aid package, moving it closer to passing. In a conversation with German Chancellor Olaf Scholz, the president said if Congress fails to support Ukraine, it comes close to criminal neglect. Next week, Republicans in the House will take another shot at impeaching the Secretary of Homeland Security.
House Majority Leader Steve Scalise will return to Congress after undergoing treatment for blood cancer, giving Republicans another vote in the effort to impeach DHS Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas for his handling of the border. The chamber could vote as soon as Tuesday. This comes after Republicans earlier this week suffered a defeat when their resolution to impeach Mayorkas failed to get the necessary votes. I'm Lisa Taylor.
The Israeli military is planning to evacuate over 1 million Palestinians in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says they're necessary since it's not possible to both eliminate Hamas and leave behind 4 Hamas battalions in Rafah. In Las Vegas, security's ramped up ahead of tomorrow's Super Bowl. Flight restrictions are in effect near Allegiant Stadium, where the Kansas City Chiefs take on the 49ers. Many will be watching the game for the advertisements, and many are connected to New York this year. Staten Island native Pete Davidson alongside Long Island native Kate McKinnon are featured in an ad for Hellman's Mayonnaise featuring a talking cat.
Jeez, what am I going to make with this? Meow. Meow. Hellman's. Holy, you can talk.
Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
For the first time in 4 years, WWE Monday Night Raw returns to Lexington. February 12th, Rupp Arena with World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins. Who's the kid now? The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. May the best man win. Women's World Champion, Rhea Ripley.
Yeah, you can try my name.
And many more. WWE Monday Night Raw, February 12th, Rupp Arena. Tickets start at $20. On sale now at Ticketmaster.
Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down, yeah, yeah. Buckle up, phone down. Buckle up, put your phone down. Ooh.
Be safe, Kentucky. Buckle up and put the phone down.
Put your phone down.
Paid with funds to the Kentucky Office of Highway Safety.
The FAA says an operator of a Boeing 737 MAX jet last December found loose bolts in a rudder control system. The federal agency says it received a report from an operator in December about a missing nut, washer, and migrated bolt. The FAA says it's now inspected all 737 MAX planes in production and found another loose nut in the same place. 2 people are confirmed dead after a small jet flying from Ohio to Florida crash-landed on I-75 in the coastal city of Naples. Witnesses say the plane hit an SUV and burst into flames.
Challenger Hopperjet 823, lost both engines, emergency. I'm making an emergency landing.
Emergency, clear to land, runway 23. Is that Hopperjet 823?
We're clear to land, but we're not going to make the runway. We've lost both engines.
The plane attempted an emergency landing Friday afternoon when it crashed onto a highway and hit a car. There were 5 people on board, 3 of whom were able to safely exit after the crash. Reports say the aircraft took off from Ohio State University Airport. The plane was scheduled to land in Naples, but the tower received word from the plane's pilots that they lost both engines before contact was severed. I'm Brian Shook.
President Biden is defending himself against claims he suffers from memory loss. A special counsel report this week on Biden's handling of classified documents concluded no charges should be brought against him, but also characterized him as an elderly man with a poor memory. Biden accuses the report's authors of extraneous commentary about his age. The son of singer Cyndi Lauper is being charged in a Harlem shooting earlier this week. Police say bail for 26-year-old Declan Lauper has been set at $20,000. He's been charged with criminal possession of a weapon after police responded to a shooting where a 24-year-old was wounded in the leg. Declan Lauper appeared in court Friday. He's expected to come back Tuesday. Scott Carr, NBC News Radio.
This is a Hometown Radio Network information update. The Kentucky Blood Center says they're in desperate need for B-positive and B-negative blood types, with those 2 types of blood being listed as in, quote, critical need. The Kentucky Blood Center says only 11% of people have B-positive and only 2% have B-negative. Those that have B-negative can, in turn, only receive blood donations from people with that blood type or O-negative, which is only 9% of the population. And researchers at the Kentucky Department of Fish and Wildlife have picked Shaker Village of Pleasant Hill as one of the 3 statewide locations for one of the new MODIS wildlife tracking systems. The MODIS system is an international network of researchers that use automated radio telemetry to track species of birds, bats, and insects. The system is a massive one with nearly 18,000 MODIS receivers worldwide in 34 different countries. Reporting for the Hometown Radio Network, I'm Joe Mathis.
Hey, this is Dave Ramsey, host of The Dave Ramsey Show, where life happens every day. Here's an idea. If you want to get ahead while you're at work, work. Work like you own the place. Work like you mean it. Be creative. Be passionate. Love the customer. Love the internal employee that's working with you. Praise the boss who gave you a job that allows you to feed your family. It all happens right here on The Dave Ramsey Show.
Hear The Dave Ramsey Show every Sunday morning and Sunday night on WHIR, AM 1230.
Here's Robin at the Mercer County Public Library.
Right here at 109 West Lexington Street. Come and visit us Monday through Saturday, 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Give us a call, 859-734-3680. And if you want to quickly get to a staff member, press 2. You do not have to pay fines. We just need the book back. Copies, we've reduced the price on that. Any size paper you have, whether it's black and white or whether it's color, it's 10 cents per side.
At the Mercer County Public Library.
ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way. Large enough to serve you, small enough to care. Since 1984. Always on time with our professional team when we show up at your door. Residential and commercial, day or night. ADAHeatingandAir.com does it right. ADA Heating and Air. ADA is on the way.
You have a loved one needing to find help, hope, and healing today. The first step to a happier, healthier life is to call the Isaiah House Real Hope for Addiction. Isaiah House provides care for men and women. Locations throughout Kentucky, resetting one's life through healing, opportunity, education, and employment support for lifelong success. When you feel once to the point of rock bottom and needs help, hope, and healing, call the Isaiah House anytime, 24 hours a day.
It's 11:08.
This WHBN weather brought to you by the new Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg, providing the largest selection of playhouses, cabins, sheds, workshops, and more. Financing available, Cabin Connections of Harrodsburg.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's 56 degrees. And now on WHBN, the International Sunday School lesson with Bob DeVore.
Good morning. Welcome again to the International Sunday School lesson for the day. This is Bob DeVore, and it's my pleasure and privilege to have the opportunity to do this each week with you. We look at the international lesson. It's in a series of lessons that have to do with faith. And today the lesson title and some materials that I saw was Faith in the Fiery Furnace. Now, if you've been around church a little bit, you may be familiar with that story, for it's often told, especially to the younger children. I think that's amazing. The story of Daniel gets told. And Daniel is the same kind of setting as last week's setting from Isaiah. It's set in the period of the Babylonian captivity. Just as a little background to our lesson today, we kind of remind ourselves that about 605 Nebuchadnezzar started taking people as captives out of Jerusalem and Judah and taking them back to Babylon. And one of those persons that was taken was a guy by the name of Daniel. But there were some others who were there also. A person named Hananiah. You may not recognize that name. You know, Hananiah or Mishael or Abednego, because the king changed their names. Daniel's name stayed the same, but the others became known to the king and primarily to us as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. And so Azariah, Mishael, Hananiah had their names changed, and we know something of their story. But the background of the story is that the king would take these young men especially, and train them to work in his court. And they would have utter devotion to him. They would lean on him. He would treat them well. And so as we read the story, we encounter these characters, and then we begin to hear stories about them. At one point, Daniel was really highly thought of, and then he kind of fell out of favor. And then he got into the recalling of dreams and interpreting of dreams, and then the next thing you know, he was in favor again. Daniel maintained some kind of official position, and then these others had also some lesser positions in the government. Now, it says that in the first chapter, it talks about this story. It said in first chapter, it says, in the third year of the reign of Jehoiakim, king of Judah, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came to Jerusalem and besieged it. And then it talks about how he carried off the people of his God to his God in Babylonia. Well, that's just the beginning of the story. As it goes on along, Nebuchadnezzar, a politician who was full of himself, had a huge statue built. I wonder where Putin has got. Oh, he may have one already in Russia. But, you know, a lot of the people who want to be czars and want to be big names politically, he had this great statue built, not just of himself, but a great statue that represented their God. And people were supposed to, whenever they heard the music playing, bow down and worship and express acclamation of praise to their God. Well, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego had a different take on that. They weren't going to do that. They will be held accountable for that. But when this image of gold that was 90 feet, 99 feet, 90 feet high, and 9 feet wide, when the time came for people to bow down to that, they would never do it. And so, in the 3rd chapter, in the 8th verse, it said, some astrologers came forward and denounced the Jews. And they specifically mention Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and they say they pay no attention to you, O king. They neither serve your gods nor worship the image of gold you have set up. So in verse 13 we read, Nebuchadnezzar, furious with rage, summoned Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego and brought them before the king and asked if it was true. And they said, yep, it's true. We won't do that. And then in verse 16, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego replied to the king, O Nebuchadnezzar, we do not need to defend ourselves before you in this matter. If we are thrown into the blazing furnace, the God we serve is able to save us from us, and he will rescue us from your hand, O king. But if he does not, we want you to know, O king, that we will not serve your gods or worship the image of gold you have set up. And so these young guys stood up to the pagan king and drew a line in the sand. They said, we're not going to do it. Now, there had been some previous experience about wanting to do things differently when it came to food earlier on in the process, and they, they were successful. But here's one, they said, we know that you're going to throw people in the furnace, but if you do, God's going to take care of us. And if God decides not to, we're still not going to do it. Wow. Never underestimate the despot and the desperate who wants to be the king. You remember the time that Jesus was born, there was a Herod who was a wicked king, and it said that when Herod heard the message that a child was born that was going to be the king, the scripture says that Herod was upset and all Jerusalem with him. That's the way it is with despotic people, despotic kings who want to be godlike. Everybody doing what he tells them to do. In verse 19 we read, after this testimony of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, in verse 19 we read the words, and then Nebuchadnezzar was furious with Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, and his attitude toward them changed. Now, they were sort of teachers' pets, and now they're the outcast. He had the furnace heated up 7 times higher than ever, and he had those guys thrown in the fiery furnace. And the heat of the fire was so bad that some of the ones who got close to it to throw them in actually died. So there they went. It says these men, wearing their robes and trousers, turbans, and other clothes, were bound and thrown into the fiery furnace. Well, Nebuchadnezzar wanted to get a look at that. And when he did, he asked his advisors, says, weren't there 3 men that we tied up? Certainly, O king, they said. But said, look, I see 4 men walking around in the fire, unbound and unharmed. And the 4th looks like a son of the gods. Nebuchadnezzar, verse 26 of chapter 3. Nebuchadnezzar then approached the opening of the blazing furnace and shouted, Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego, servants of the Most High God, come out, come here. Well, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego came out of the fire. And the satraps and the prefects and the governors and royal advisors, all the legal guys, all of them crowded around them. They saw that the fire had not harmed their bodies, nor was a hair of their heads singed. Their robes were not scorched, and there was no smell of fire on them. And then Nebuchadnezzar said, Praise be to the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, who has sent his angel and rescued his servants. They trusted in him and defied the king's command and were willing to give up their lives rather than serve or worship any god except their own. Therefore I decree that the people of any nation or language who lay anything against the God of Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego be cut into pieces and their houses be turned into piles of rubble, for no other God can save in this way. And then the king promoted Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego in the province of Babylon. That's a marvelous miracle story in the Old Testament. It's a story of the faith that these 3 guys, somehow Daniel got left out of that story, but these 3 guys were the ones who had faith not to worship the false god, but they had faith in the real God. And even though it would have meant their death, they were not afraid at all. They surely had faith that most of us will not ever have to be tested like that. But yet most of us have had experiences in life that were a little bit different, that were kind of testing times. And rather than just the history of the story, what about thinking in terms of what does that mean to us today? What is it that you liked about these 3 young men? Well, you could begin to name some things like the courage they had, the witness they gave to their Lord before they ever went into the furnace, their faith that God could do a miracle, but if he chose not to, they were still having the faith. They trusted in God no matter what. No matter what. Now, when we look at them and we see that kind of thing, we realize that's the kind of faith that's good for all of us. Well, we don't get in position often to have to defy authority. I mean, you may not like it because you can't drive on the left side of the road all the time because there's fewer cars over there. But no, you submit to that authority, and that's just an extremely strange example. Most of us are never faced with that define of authority. But we are faced where there are times that maybe our witness is weak. We have faith and hope, but we somehow don't have all the trust that we really need. Well, we go through that, don't we? Not the fiery furnace, but we go through the times of testing. And the faith that was good for people in the extreme is good for people like you and me. I know that there have been times in my life where I faced great pressure and great extremes, and God has always been there. And my faith may not have been what it ought to have been, but it was enough that it got me through to the next day, the daily bread. God is in the business of keeping you strong and helping you to face adversity. Trust Him. He'll guide you to a better day, and He'll guide you to a better way. Thank you for being with me. This has been Bob DeFore with the International Sunday School Lesson for the Day.
Get ready, lovebirds. The Hometown Radio Network's Valentine's Day giveaway is now. Make sure you're listening to The Joe Show on WHIR or Radio Rick on WHBN to register for our spectacular Valentine's prize package. Indulge in a romantic night at the Hampton Inn. Spiff up your car with a $50 Thoroughbred Express Auto Wash gift card and delight in gourmet bourbon chocolates from Mom Blakeman's Candies. That's not all. We also have a dozen roses from Royalty's Florist and a $30 Las Margaritas gift card. Register now on The Joe Show or Radio Rick Show or online at hometownlive.net's Big Deal Store. Winner announced on February 13th. Celebrate love with the Hometown Radio Network this Valentine's Day.
Hey everybody, this is Derek Gray with the Mercer County Tourist Commission, and we are excited for our new app, Visit Mercer County KY. Head on over to the App Store, type in Visit Mercer County KY. You should see the new city logo with the navy background and the white H. Home screen here has attractions, food and drink, lodging, to-do, events, my plan, login, notifications, and tutorials. We are excited about the app, and whether you're a local or a visitor, we hope this enhances your experience when you come to Mercer County.
Harrisburg Tire and Automotive is a full-service auto center providing a wide range of tire and auto care services. They provide customers with tires of all brands and sizes. Harrisburg Tire and Automotive can accommodate vehicles from small cars to dually trucks. They offer a lot of auto maintenance services, including brakes, front-end work, alignments, engine repairs, computer diagnostics, tune-ups, oil changes, and so much more. North College Street next to Napa. Give them a call, 734-4563, 734-4563 for Harrisburg Tire.
This Valentine's Day, love is in the air and on your plate at the Bread of Life Cafe in Liberty. Make this Valentine's Day dinner one to remember with the two can dine for $29.99 at the Bread of Life Cafe. Choose from an 8-ounce bourbon steak, pork tenderloin, fried grilled shrimp, or marinated chicken, served with a salad bar and side of your choice, roll or Texas toast, and drink, all just $29.99. Love is in the air and on your plate, Valentine's Day dinner at the Bread of Life Cafe, 5 miles south of Liberty on 127. This lovely offer is good for to close the 14th through the 17th.
I want to ride Hatfield Chevrolet, and they had me
driving in my car, going very far, down the street in my car.
If you want to ride, go to RodHatfieldChevy.com. Rod Hatfield Chevrolet, Lexington, Kentucky.
Hello, I'm Adam Hopkins, Security Officer at Farmers National Bank. Look out for scam emails that ask you to give your bank account or your debit card number. These emails can be made to look like they are from a legitimate company. When in doubt, contact your bank or just delete.
It's 11:26.
The WHBN weather forecast is brought to you by the Old Bus Station Restaurant, offering good old-fashioned home cooking. Open for breakfast at 6 weekdays and Saturday at 8. The Old Bus Station Restaurant on South Greenville Street in Harrodsburg.
This afternoon, showers and thunderstorms, high near 63. Tonight, chance of showers, cloudy with a low around 43. Tomorrow, mostly cloudy with a high near 54. Tomorrow night, showers likely, mostly cloudy with a low around 40. Monday, showers, high near 51. Monday night, chance of rain showers, mostly cloudy with a low around 29.
It's 57 degrees.
Welcome to the weekend. I'm Scott Fitzgerald with a look at your sports right here on the Kentucky News Network. We've got Kentucky men's basketball for you on most of these KNN stations this afternoon as Gonzaga drops inside the friendly confines of Rupp Arena. This, of course, a Gonzaga team who to some think they're seeing a drop-off from the teams of the past. For Kentucky, however, offensive rebounds have been an issue. but they were better against Vanderbilt. Coach John Calipari talking about what fans should be looking for not only this afternoon, but all season with this team.
The way we're playing, we play so fast that the other team is going to get 10 more possessions. So the reality of it is they're probably going to score 8 to 10 more points than they would because of how fast we play.
There is other college basketball around the state tonight. Louisville will host Georgia Tech. Western Kentucky is at Jacksonville State. Eastern Kentucky is at Stetson. Morehead State will host Eastern Illinois, while Murray State will welcome Evansville. Women's college basketball, reigning Miss Kentucky basketball out of Rowan County, Haven Ford dropped a career-high 27 points, marking the second highest point total by a freshman in the Missouri Valley Conference this season. And the Racers get back in the win column. They beat Southern Illinois 81-74. Coming up later today at 5 and 4 in league play, Western Kentucky, tied for third place in Conference USA, welcomes Jacksonville State. It was opening day for college softball as 25th ranked Kentucky started the season 2-0 in San Diego. They get a 5-1 win over UC Santa Barbara and followed that up with a 2-1 upset of number 3 Stanford. More than 100 million Americans are expected to tune into the Super Bowl tomorrow. Of course, there are many aspects drawing audiences into the big game between the Niners and the Kansas City Chiefs.
I will, but I've always watched the Super Bowl with my dad, so it's not going to be new.
Everybody's going to be watching it. I don't think you're going to see nobody in the streets unless they go get some beer or something.
Some will actually be watching for the game, while others are interested in the commercials or maybe even the halftime performance from Usher. Some viewers say they're waiting to see if Taylor Swift makes it back from Tokyo in time to support her boyfriend, Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce. I'm Scott Fitzgerald.
This is the
Coming up on WHBN, a news update from the Kentucky News Network.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
The House yesterday passed a bill making it easier for Guard and Reserve soldiers and their spouses to be interred in a state veterans cemetery. In the past, Guard and Reserve soldiers or their spouse could only be buried in a state veterans cemetery if the military member had deployed overseas. The change in regulations would allow citizen soldiers who never deployed outside the U.S. to be laid to rest with military honors at one of the 5 veteran cemeteries in the Commonwealth. Republican Representative Bill Wesley sponsored the bill.
It opens up that all veterans, our reservists and National Guardsmen can be buried in one of our state cemeteries. That's not asking for much.
The bill now moves to the Senate for approval. New data shows Kentuckians lost tens of millions of dollars to scams in 2023. The Federal Trade Commission received more than 21,000 fraud reports from consumers in Kentucky last year. They reported losing a total of $52 million to fraud, with a median loss of over $350. The top category of fraud reports received from Kentuckians: imposter scams, followed by identity theft and online shopping, along with negative reviews. The trial of 3 men connected with the murder of Crystal Rogers is scheduled for next February. Joseph Lawson, Brooks Houck, and Steve Lawson were ordered in Nelson County Court yesterday to stand trial beginning February 10, 2025. It's unclear whether the 3 will be tried together. Special Prosecutor Shane Young says he's filing a motion to try them together, while at least one of the defendant's lawyers said he would object to the motion. Crystal Rogers was last seen 9 years ago with Brooks Houck in July of 2015. Number 17 Kentucky hosting Gonzaga at Rupp Arena this afternoon. Tip-off is scheduled for 4 p.m. The KSR pregame show starts at 1:30. I'm John Shannon.
This is the Kentucky News Network.
WHBN, Harrodsburg.
The following is a paid program.
Good Saturday morning, Mercer County. So thankful you have decided to tune in here on WHBN this morning as we gather around the Word. I'm Stephen Brogle, the pastor of Bethel Baptist Church, and always am thankful for the privilege we do have via the radio each Saturday to open the Word together. And recently we have been working our way through the book of Revelation, and we have come to chapter 6, and we're going to be looking at chapter 6, verse 12 through 17. If you're familiar with the book, or have been with us, we have looked at the first 5 seals, which only Christ is worthy to open this scroll. And the first 5 seals have represented events coming before the end, or what we would call the beginning of woes that we would see in the Olivet Discourse. Matthew 24:8 says, all these are but the beginning of birth pains. And what we've seen so far in the opening of the first seal was the conquest of the gospel. And then we've seen war, famine, death. And then last week we saw persecution leading even unto death. And so we've seen these first 5 seals, this unveiling of world history, God's plan and purpose being accomplished. And so in this present evil age, the church can be characterized by war and strife and famine and hunger and disease and pestilence. But we've seen in this evil age that yes, we'll have deception. The church will endure suffering and persecution, even martyrdom. We talked about last week, 400 per day on average die for the sake of the gospel. But in spite of all of this, in spite of the war and famine and disease and death and the persecution, the gospel will be proclaimed to the ends of the earth. And last week we saw this prayer by the martyred saints, praying for the Lord's name to be vindicated. Not a thirst of personal revenge, but vengeance from the Lord. And I believe that in this 6th seal, we see that prayer answered. In this 6th seal, we see the last day. We see what the Old Testament referred to over and over, the day of the Lord. And so here in this 6th seal, in chapter 6, 12 through 17, final judgment is being described. And I can't help but think about, as we begin to unpack this 6th seal, of 3 types of folks that I'm burdened for, and I hope you would be as well. And maybe even someone listening this morning would be representative of this group. And this is, number 1, the indifferent or the uninterested. The ones that are just completely uninterested in following Jesus. But then maybe even this morning, the one that is seeking Jesus but has never repented or believed. And then the third one, and maybe the scariest of all, is the false convert, the unsaved churchgoer, the one that is involved in religious activity but has never personally repented of their sin and placed their faith in the finished work of Jesus Christ. And what we're going to see this morning, and why I'm burdened over these 3 types of folks as we look at this 6th seal, is God's wrath upon the world will be a dreadful day for the wicked. God is just, and he will judge all those who oppose him. He's just. He's holy. He must deal with sin, and he will. At the coming of the Lord, the day of the Lord, the last day, the final judgment, he will judge all of those that oppose him. James Hamilton Jr. said it this way: God is just, and he will justly repay all the ways that his glory has been despised and his holiness defiled. Or maybe this would make more sense to you. Tom Schreiner said it this way: the wrath of God is always holy and just response to human sin and evil. Well, let's pray as we begin to look at this last day. Father, please speak to us today. Draw the lost unto yourself, even via the radio this morning. Expose them to their hopeless condition. Bring about repentance and faith. And would you cause the church listening this morning to be very intentional about sharing the gospel with friends and family? Speak, Father, through your word. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Notice with me here, first of all, the collapse of the world, beginning in verse 12 through 14. When he opened the 6th seal, I looked, and behold, there was a great earthquake. Now, what you'll notice, this is a regular feature of the final judgment. We'll see it in chapter 8, 11, and 16. A great earthquake. And the sun became black as sackcloth. The full moon became like blood, and the stars of the sky fell to the earth as the fig tree sheds its winter fruit when shaken by a gale. The sky vanished like a scroll that is being rolled up, and every mountain and island was removed from its place. Listen, fact of the matter here is God is undoing the created elements he formed in Genesis 1. The natural world is falling apart. Chaos and disorder is reigning. The world is ending here in 12 through 14. And notice this is the same, if you're familiar with the Old Testament, this is the same cosmic, catastrophic language that we see throughout the Bible. And these prophetic, figurative descriptions or images used for God's judgment throughout history are now being applied to the final judgment. So God's just judgment throughout history has ultimately served as a precursor to God's final judgment upon the wicked. And judgments, whether it was on Israel or Babylon, whoever it may have been towards, was pointing towards a final judgment upon the wicked. Look at the language, or hear the language throughout the Old Testament. Joel 2:31, the sun shall be turned to darkness, the moon to blood before the great and awesome day of the Lord comes. Joel 3, verse 15, the sun and the moon are darkened, the stars withdraw their shining. Isaiah 13:10, for the stars of the heavens and their constellations will not give their light. The sun will be dark as it's rising, the moon will not shed its light. Isaiah 34:4, all the host of heaven shall rot away, and the skies rolled up like a scroll. All their hosts shall fall as far as leaves fall from the vine, like leaves falling from the fig tree. Jeremiah 4:24, I looked on the mountains, and behold, they were quaking, and all the hills moved to and fro. Now you notice the Old Testament pictures the physical world in a sense that is sharing man's fate, which is decay and death. And the physical world is subject to divine judgment and in need of salvation as well, to be restored. And man's fate apart from Christ is subject to this divine judgment and is in need of salvation. And so the language of this cosmic upheaval at the end of the age is the Bible's vivid way of describing this divine judgment falling upon the world. And so this language is not merely symbolic of some kind of spiritual reality, but it does indeed describe this real cosmic disasters that our minds cannot even comprehend or perceive. Jesus also predicted such a day. Mark 13:24. But in those days, after that tribulation, the sun will be darkened, the moon will not give its light, and the stars will be falling from heaven, and the powers in the heavens will be shaken. Or Matthew 24:29, immediately after the tribulation of those days, the sun will be darkened, and the moon will not give its light, and the stars will fall from heaven, and the powers of heavens will be shaken. We see the collapse of the world, but I want you to notice in verse 15 through 17, the cry of the wicked. And you'll notice 7 descriptions here which remind us of complete universal judgment on the whole world of the ungodly. It says, in the kings of the earth, and the great ones, and the generals. Fourthly, in the rich. Fifth, in the powerful, and everyone. Sixth, the slave and the free. Judgment is coming upon all those who refuse to repent, even the most powerful and influential. And look, they hid themselves. There's no cry of repentance. There's no plea for mercy, but they hid themselves in the caves and among the rocks of the mountains. God's judgment will terrify the unrepentant, every unbeliever, regardless of their earthly status. Listen, there's no amount of influence. There's no amount of money. There's no political status, no position of authority, no earthly advantage that will protect an enemy of God on Judgment Day. They hide among the caves and among the rocks. And look what they say in verse 16. Calling to the mountains and rocks, fall on us and hide us from the face of him who is seated on the throne, and from the wrath of the Lamb. Now, this cry is alluding to Hosea 10:8, when judgment come upon northern Israel due to their idolatry, fall on us. The unbeliever during the final judgment prefers death from mountains and rocks falling upon them over the prospect of standing before God and facing the just wrath of God. And this wrath is of the Lamb, a holy and just response to sin and evil. For the great day of their wrath has come. Their wrath. Who? The unbeliever, the ungodly, the earth dwellers. And it's come. The opportunity to repent has passed. And then this question that we'll unpack at least next week and maybe even the following week is, who can stand? Who can stand? And listen, the message this morning is very clear. This seal is speaking to the wicked. Dear unbeliever this morning, fear the coming wrath of God. Because the question of who can stand, well, it's not those who refuse to repent and believe in Jesus Christ. Fear this day. And then I would say not just fear this day, but that fear, a godly fear, would leave or flee the coming wrath of God. And listen, you can't go to the mountains and caves. You can't go to any place here on earth. You can't go to a storm bunker, end of the world bunker. That's not the way that you flee the coming wrath of God. You don't act as if you got the rest of your life to make decisions. The only way that you flee the coming wrath of God is through repentance and faith in Jesus Christ. Because listen, on this final day, the unrepentant will be judged for their disobedience. And on this final day, the opportunity to repent has passed. But the good news is 1 Timothy 2 says this, for there is one God, and there's one mediator between God and men, the man Christ Jesus, who gave himself as a ransom for all, which is the testimony given at the proper time. The good news is, yes, God is holy and man is sinful, but Christ came and lived a life that we could not live. He lived a perfect life. He perfectly and completely fulfilled the law. He did not sin with his speech, his thoughts, or his actions. He perfectly holy. And because he was perfect, because he was unblemished, he then was a suitable sacrifice for God to pour out his wrath upon. And so God killing his own son on an old wooden cross, the perfect substitute for sinful humanity. So not only did this Jesus, the man Christ Jesus, live the life that we could not live, then he died the death we deserved. He gave himself as a ransom for all. And that all are only those who repent and believe. Listen, the coming wrath of God will indeed come. And when the final day of the Lord comes, when the day of the Lord is here and final judgment proceeds, there will be no opportunity at that point to repent. And so I plead with the unbeliever via the radio right here on this Saturday morning on WHBN, repent and believe in Jesus Christ. We know that we are saved by grace alone, through faith alone, in Christ alone. You will not climb a ladder of good works into heaven. It is for sinners who repent and believe. And so this morning, would you acknowledge the fact that you're a sinner and you have missed God's holy standard? You have missed the mark. And would you believe upon the Lord Jesus Christ and confess him as Lord and Savior? Would you be saved this morning? Father, we know that your wrath will be poured out on sinful humanity. And this will be a terrifying day upon the unrepentant. I pray as we wait for that day of the Lord, the church looks forward to that day, as we'll be rescued from this sinful world and dwell with you and your kingdom forever. But Father, those that we love and care about, and those that we've never met all throughout the world that are lost, I do pray for your patience in a sense that your return would not happen yet. There's that tension, right? I want you to come back, but those that I love and care about, I pray that would be saved. And I pray that even those that are listening this morning that do not know you would be saved. Father, would you bring about repentance and faith? Thank you again for the power of your word. And may you receive all the praise, glory, and honor. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Hey, thank you for tuning in this morning. I pray that we would tremble at this word. And I pray as believers, as the church here in Mercer County, this word would motivate us to be more intentional about sharing the gospel with a lost and dying world. May we heed to this word. But please, let me say this as we end our time together this morning. If you don't have a relationship with Christ, I want you to feel the freedom to reach out. There are so many ways you can reach out. My name's Stephen Brogel. I'm on Facebook.